Everybody doing tonight? Let's see. Zoe the cat was up in here first. Marco, how you doing? He's here, there, and everywhere. Chaos Theory, good to see you, brother. How you doing, my man? Mylar Mick is in here, channel member. How you doing, Mylar Mick? Good to see you. How are things over in Ireland, my friend? Who else have we got in here? Zoe the cat again, and Jacob. Jacob, how you doing? Ground Fog is in here. Ground Fog, what's happening, brother? It is another Friday night. How is everybody doing? I guess, yeah, we'll get into this sooner than later. Give everybody a few minutes to get in here, say hello, and yeah, see how tonight goes. Be shady. Oh, it's the winner with the happy poop for 10 jewels. Thank you, man. Oh, Jacob, we are doing good, Matt. Well, we're doing as good as we can be doing for as good as we can be doing. I think it has been one of those weeks. Hello, winner. How you doing? Yeah, figured we'd get in a few presents I got last Christmas and have a social. Yeah, been a little bit under the weather still. I think that cold got worse, not better. So yeah, coping the best I can with it. Oops, got to turn that off. And I got to remember to turn the ringer back on when I'm done because well, yeah, I just shut it off for the live, but then I forget to turn it back on. And last week I missed my phone for like 3. I'm like, that thing hasn't gone off in a few days. I wonder what's up with that. And yeah, I never turned the ringer back on. Jacob's making some tea right on. Yeah, I'm about ready to open a crack in a can, get this thing energized. So yeah, how was everybody's week? Everybody that's hanging out in here, how are you doing? Yeah, hopefully everybody had a good week. I've been wanting to try to make me some moonshine. Well, hell yeah, Jacob, man, make some moonshine. Why not, right? Is I don't know. Is that legal where you're at? I don't even know if that's legal. Yeah, yeah, Irish John there. I got to get on the. Are you still on the Discord? Chaos Theory, what's happening, my man? How are you doing? Always a pleasure to see you. Um, it's not in the U.S. Oh, right on. Yeah. Well, hey, man, do it up then. What's everybody carrying? I'm carrying my dirty spider coat. Let me wipe it off real quick. Still a little dirty, but hey, man, it gets well used. Yeah, Jacob, you can yeah, you can join the Discord. I'm gonna try to I gotta re-download it. I had some technology problems and um oh, you deleted all of them? Okay, man. All right, Jacob, yeah, you can make whiskey. Yeah, I'd take whiskey over moonshine myself. But yeah, I think Chaos Theory, he's a whiskey drinker too. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. Is Groundfog still in here? He's good at the Discord links. But yeah, Irish John, other than that, everything going good, buddy? Hopefully all is well in your world. Whoops. I missed the flick. There we go, got it that time. Yeah, Chaos is Jim Beam and Dr. Pepper. Do you warm up the Dr. Pepper? You put ice? How do you do that? Yeah, Jacob, most definitely, man. Um, yeah, at some point we're gonna have a get together with this channel. I don't know when and I don't know where, but that is one of my long. It's a long term goal. To be able to have a spot where yeah we can invite like a dozen people or so and oh yeah, Crown Royal, the Canadian there. They just I think they're moving to the United States. They're making that in the U.S. now. The Crown Royal. I'm pretty sure the company decided to move out. But yeah, I'm gonna grab that monster drink real quick. Most definitely, yeah. I'll have to bring you a nice gift, sir. Yeah, it's kind of a bummer what happened with Crown. I don't know, but I guess yeah, it has to do with what's going on in Canada and all this other stuff. So I don't know. I haven't been too current on what's going on with all that. I just try to, man, if you try to pay attention to all of it, it'll definitely drive you insane. But yeah, the classic green monster drink crack in a can. Um, yeah, doesn't get much better. Yeah, Crown is building a U.S. location so they don't have to pay the tariffs. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, chaos. Yeah, but yeah, that's kind of a bummer. But I mean, it's good for some, and well, you know how that goes. Pros and cons to everything. Yeah, Instagram was just wrecking my head, so I got rid of it. Discord got rid of that ages ago. Yeah, they also banned my favorite vapes. I might have to go with cigarettes now. Wow, yeah, they attacked the vapes. That's crazy. Yeah, but hey, Irish John, I don't blame you, man. Sometimes you gotta take a break from the social media. Like it can get overwhelming, and especially depends on what they're throwing in your feed. Like I've mentioned a few times on here, like I've never looked that up, but all of a sudden, you know, um, every rabbi with a channel is popping up in my feed. I'm like, come on now. I've never looked this stuff up before. But yeah, sometimes they want to push their narrative and we get stuck in the middle. So yeah, yeah, that's a bummer. They banned your favorite vapes. I wonder why that is. Oh, Jacob, yeah, YouTube's gonna put ads no matter what. Um, yeah, that's yeah, I think that happens once you get monetized. Like, yeah, once your channel gets monetized, I think you're officially like, yeah, you're their ad partner. I even you know that game Solitaire on your PC? Yeah, I played that back in the day. They even have commercial ads on that now. Like you play two games and then they put up a mandatory 30-second buy this game ad. Like, and that's just playing solitaire on your PC. I guess yeah, Samsung. If you're buying one of those front screen smart refrigerators, everything over $1,800, yeah, that screen's gonna run ads. That is absolutely insane. Like you're paying top dollar for a product, just so they can try to sell you more stuff. The ads thing has gotten out of control. Um, yeah, just like you said. Yeah, right on. I'm with you, Irish John. Rod, how you doing? Welcome to the chat. So Rod Sander. John, did you say it? Oh yeah, yeah. The audio books, yeah. Irish John and Chaos Theory, they go back and forth with their audio books. That's cool. I gotta get into some of those at some point. I don't know. Which eye are you opening? Oh, this is my EDC knife, the Spyderco carbon fiber, the Sage 5, S30V steel. Yeah, sweet knife. I've officially been carrying this knife for over a year now, and not like hypothetically. I mean, literally, this is the folding knife that I put in my pocket every single day. Um, yeah, this is the only folding knife that I have, and it's great that I can keep it that way. Yeah, and this was a great gift. This was gifted to me by one of the channel members, a friend of mine. So yeah, I also like butter coat, but I prefer the serrated blade. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of serrations. They have a time and a place, and yeah, I have very few serrated blades. In fact, I think I have them by default. Like yeah, my Leatherman Surge that has a serrated blade on it. So yeah, in that aspect, yeah. But When it comes to anything else, I just, yeah, just a straight blade for me. Don Ray, how you doing? Welcome to the chat. Neil McKenzie. Oh, Neil, hey. Um, right after you left last Sunday, B&A gifted a membership, and you got the channel membership. So that's from B&A that was gifted to you, brother man. But how are you doing, Neil? Good to see you. Don Ray as well. How goes it? Yeah, I actually this is the first Spyderco I've owned, and it just um I can't, it's a great knife. It disappears into the pocket. It's yeah, B&A knocked it out of the park with this one. Like I absolutely love this knife, and it's small enough. I carry a small fixed blade as part of my EDC as well. So when I don't feel like taking that out, that's what this is for. Like, oh, I just use my folder for like light duty tests 99% of the time. So yeah, it works out great for me. And if it's anything, I'm like, oh, I'd hate to break my folder on that. That's when I bust out the fixed blade. Jacob, so far I love Magna Cut. I have one knife it's a fixed blade in Magna Cut, and I absolutely love the thing. It is an outstanding blade. So far, I mean, I haven't I've gotten fair use out of it, but I wouldn't say I've gotten a ton of use out of it. That'll probably come next year, but yeah, so far it's great. The edge retention is awesome. Um, yeah, I've batoned a little bit with it as well. Nothing over like 3 inches though, 2.5, 3 inches, something like that. But yeah, I love Magna Cut. I would definitely get more stuff in Magna Cut. I'm walking home from the grocery store, phone in pocket, situation aware. Oh, right on. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, you're lurking, man. That's cool. Yeah, man. Like I said, hopefully everything's going good in your world. Always good to see you here. But yeah, I just wanted to let you know that yeah, B&A gifted a membership, and you got that. So right on. Yeah, no kidding, right? Yeah, solid advice. Yeah, situational awareness is key in this day and age. Yeah, it's getting sketchy out there, folks. Yeah, Jacob, I haven't had my hands on that knife, so I wouldn't be able to give you an opinion on it. Yeah, every knife maker is different, but I mean, Benchmade is reputable for sure, so you'd probably do well with it. Um, yeah, sorry guys. Like I said, been a bit under the weather this week, and yeah, I think much like Irish John, I've been trying to bow out of some of it. Yeah, just to keep peace of mind. Yeah, other than that, it's just the stuff going on with Minneapolis, Minnesota, that stuff. I guess that us taxpayers got ripped off somewhere between $1 and $2 billion from the Somali immigrants that are there, and 50% of them are there. Their paperwork's fraudulent. So yeah, it's just kind of like, wow, who created this problem and why? Like stuff like that doesn't happen on accident. Yeah, carry a fixed blade or a firearm. Yeah, yeah, you gotta kind of gotta nowadays. Depending on where you live, what you're doing, all that stuff. Actually, we'll shift that over there. Take some of this stuff out of the sheaths. I don't like carrying a pistol. Anyone? I just carry my fixed blade. Yeah. Z fan. I'm not a Glock fan, man. I don't own a Glock. I shot a bunch back in the day. Glock really wasn't my style, so yeah, and yeah, you're not supposed to be taking pew pews out on lives. So therefore, I would not. I'm a Beretta guy though. Definitely a Beretta guy. In fact, I'm an old '92 FS fan, and I've been really looking into the new '92 A4. But yeah, Fuck lucky, man. Give me a Sig. Yeah, there you go, Jacob. You're a Sig fan. Chaos there. He's a Sig fan as well. Yeah, I'm a Beretta guy. I don't know. Call me old school. I like the full steel stuff. You know. Um, I've I've uh, I've had the chance to fire a bunch of Glocks. Um, I couldn't tell you the exact model numbers, but a couple of those subcompact frames they have, clearly they are the 17. I've owned H&K USP 9s and 40s, and I'm not a fan of the polymer grips and stuff, polymer frames or whatever. Don't the USA have a special place in Florida for sending them folks home, or was I watching an AI video? Yeah, yeah, Irish John. It was called. They were calling it Alligator Alcatraz. It was absolutely priceless. I think they shut it down though for some reason or another. But yeah, yeah, they had the Alligator Alcatraz in Florida. Was like a deportation holding center for ICE or something like that. My old carry was a Sig Defender with the 15 rounds. Yeah, Jacob, I'm actually for EDC. I'm a huge fan of the Beretta 84 FS, which is a 380 ACP. The cool thing about it is it's like a 13 plus 1 mag capacity. They have a single stack design. I forget what the nomenclature is for that one. But the double stack mag will take, it'll 13 plus 1 in a 380 ACP. It's like a medium sized frame. I absolutely love the thing. Um, Yeah, Neil McKenzie, you're in a Ruger S&W. Yeah, I've had both. I had the Ruger PT92, which is the old design of the 92 FS. Um, I've had a couple of Ruger 1022s. Um, Ruger Mark II, the pistol. And then yeah, I've had the no, I've had a Colt Python. I haven't had an S&W, but I've definitely fired a few. In fact, I don't know what model it is, but the old Smith and Wesson 357 like police service revolver. I fired that a few times. Don Ray's a Springfield fan, right on. Clockers 30 building enhanced. I normally use rip rounds. I've seen the rip rounds jam so many clocks at the range. Yeah, a lot of that, man. The number of people that forget to apply CLP generously before they go plinking. It's quite funny. I did it once on accident. I just picked up a brand new Beretta and just went. I bought it through the range, so I picked it up on the night I went there to go shooting. And man, I already had full mags for it and everything. I threw a mag in and went to go shoot it, and yeah, misfire malfunction, and then yeah, I cleared it and it happened a couple more times. I'm like, man, what's going on with this thing? It's brand new. Like I must have got a defunct one. But yeah, it was relatively dry. Like once I pulled the slide off, threw some CLP in there and stuff like that. Yeah, it worked perfectly. But I kind of felt like an idiot, like a rookie mistake. Dawn Ivis Springfield, yeah, yeah. Actually, yeah, that Springfield Armory operator 1911. That's sweet. I definitely like that. Yeah, P35, P345, MK2 target, single six convertible. Nice, Neil. The Sig P365. Love that one. Yeah. I mean, that's how it is. Everybody has their own favorite for whatever reason. Same thing as knives. Like what I really enjoy about a knife, I mean, somebody else, oh, that's garbage. So yeah, to each their own, really. Um, Fuzz buddy, no, I'm not, but um, go clean your room. Isn't it past your bedtime? Come on now. Yeah, yeah, Mad Code Sweet, yeah. Yeah, I think everybody needs a good quality knife. In fact, I'll take like one quality knife over a half a dozen, turd level knives. I'm not. You guys know what I'm talking about. Knives that fall apart and stuff. Um, no. Yeah, my preferred daily carry is an Armalite AR-15. Yeah, there's that AR-15. Yeah. Oh, Fuzz buddy, if you come in here acting the fool, then we're gonna call you a tool, buddy. That's just how the world works, man. I don't really care about your feelings or anything. Yeah, that's how quickly you get deleted too, you little buttercup. So, oh, I hurt the guy's feelings. Come on, guys. Yeah, that's okay, Jacob. We'll live in his head rent free for a while. Yeah, try coming in here thinking he's all smart. Hersey Dot 4380. It's past your bedtime. Can someone get him out of here? Who's seven? I think it cut you off, Don Ray. Yeah, the trolls are always out of hand on this channel. I don't understand it. I sat through somebody's live like Wednesday night for like 2 hours. Not a single troll. Man, I'll get like 30 trolls in the first hour on a Sunday morning at 6 a.m. Not kidding. Like, yeah, we get trolled hard. I don't know why. It just happens that way. I kind of know why. But, I don't have 110% proof or, accurate receipts. So I can't go saying. But, yeah, I get trolled in here like more than any other channel I've ever seen. Fuzz has been permanently excommunicated from the chat. Good riddance. Yeah, what a tool, huh? Was the other person's live a horizontal? No, no, it was a vertical, Don Ray. Yeah. I know that you get more in the verticals than you do the horizontal, but yeah, it was a vertical live. I've sat through like multiple vertical lives where they'll have like huge watch numbers and zero trolls. So yeah, it's kind of like I get organized trolled. I don't know. I don't mind. Whatever. It uh it all adds up at the end of the day. Oh, Kodiak Edge, what's happening, man? How you doing? Welcome to the chat. How is life treating you? We're just having a random. Yeah, it's a Phobos Friday, but like I said, I've been under the weather all week, so we're just kind of having a social, talking about this. Roasting some trolls here and there because it's half the fun. Roasting trolls is a bit of a hobby. Is that what it is? Knives attract trolls? That's not the case because the other channels are knife channels too, and they had out more knives than I do. Um, so yeah, I don't think it's just that because, like I said, I've sat through plenty of vertical lives with straight up knife channels, and they don't get trolled like I do. Damn, I can organize. Mrs. Bushcraft is a little under the weather still too. Actually, yeah, she went to bed early. Yeah, she's been back to work. So, but she's been grinding it like a trooper. So I get trolls all night. Lots left, but vertical live gets me 30 to 40 new subs. Yeah, yeah, and it all depends. It depends on what's going on with your channel and whether people falsely report you or not. Yeah, there's a lot of things that have had a major impact on my channel, and me telling them what a bunch of tools they are probably doesn't help matters. But hey, we all enjoy it, and why not, right? Um, yeah, it's kind of been an up and down for me. I've been trying some few different times and stuff lately for the live streams and stuff. So I think yeah, Friday nights have definitely slowed down quite a bit, but it's still fun doing. I actually like the smaller lives. Um, yeah, it's just easier to keep track of, easier to have conversations. I troll sometimes if it's fun, but I'm not gonna. Yeah, hey man, that's okay, dude. Yeah, it is what it is. Troll away, I guess. Yeah, just people get booted more often, and yeah, um, yeah, definitely. Like, yeah, the lives don't get put out like they used to for sure. Funny trolling is one thing, but when they're being blatantly stupid, yeah, yeah, exactly, chaos. Yeah, like I'll always enjoy like a good comedian coming in. Like jokes are jokes, but when they just open up like they're a tool, like they got to say something like some racist stuff or they're just blatantly rude, then yeah, we just boot them. Nice fixed blades. I love the Firebow cup. Oh, Phobos knives. Yeah, these are from Phobos knives. I just threw them out there because hey, why not, right? You have to have good moderators to control. Yeah, yeah, we've got great moderators. Yeah, Chaos Theory is great at it. Yeah, we've got a few others that are normally up in here. BNA and um, yeah, Nick Martino and stuff. Yeah, we've got a few. You got to be careful with moderators, though. Some moderators are there to sabotage your channel. Like they'll just I've caught moderators like deleting people for no reason, and they'll do it. They'll do it like a whole lot of reasons. But oh, the cup and the knife handles. Oh, I got you. I got you. Oh yeah, for the bow drill divot. That's what. Yeah. And these are great because a lot of places they'll just put it in the scale. So if you do use it, you just end up cooking out your scales too. These are clearly full tang, and the bow drill divot goes through the scale, and then it's divoted in the steel. So as long as your spindle isn't too thick, you'll be able to do it without cooking out your scales. Hopefully. Um, no, the mugs aren't new. Actually, those were in the box with last year's Christmas present. Um, yeah, which is what I meant to take out tonight. I think that was in the title of the video. I was gonna keep it short, not go through like 300 different things in one night. Adam Hayes, welcome to the chat. Good evening. Good evening. Well enough, I had the day off today, so it became a degenerate video game day. Hey, nothing wrong with that, Adam. Man, sometimes a little R&R helps you. A little video game helps you too. A little, I don't know what games you play, but a little escape from reality or something. Just kind of detach from everything. Oh, Don Ray, the Alaris. Yeah, this is one that Eric Hansen gave me for Christmas, last Christmas. So yeah, this is sorry guys, that cold's getting the better of me. Yeah, this was last Christmas from Eric Hansen, the owner of Phobos Knives, and this is the Calcula. Yeah, S35 VN, and this was a gift from Mrs. Bushcraft and the kids. They got me this one for Christmas. So, like, yeah, two awesome Christmas gifts. The gifts that keep on giving, right? Yeah, I don't touch AI. I would never use AI for mods. I've seen that Nightbot, and the thing's kind of stupid. It's like, yeah, not a very smart bot. Um, Finally have tea. Yeah, yeah. It's good tea though. It's worth the wait, right? I was playing Fallout. Yeah, Fallout New Vegas. I played Fallout 4, man. Yeah, even that. Even sometimes playing Fallout, you got to take a break and go to your little workshop and build some stuff, build some new pew pews or something or whatever it is. Whip up a little potion or something. Yeah, I used to have Fallout 4, a lot of the collectibles and stuff, but I got out of gaming years ago. I just all the micro purchases and stuff like that. I just wasn't digging all of that. And then yeah, my final straw with the consoles was when Anthem came out, and you have to play it on the internet. So I got the what is it? Like the year membership and stuff like that, and started playing the game. The problem is I never finished the game. They were supposed to download the rest of the online content. So you just got on there with this cool little dude and like flew around and stuff. And occasionally there was something you could, try to blow up or something. But yeah, for the most part, it just sucked. Yeah, the micro purchases and stuff. Oh, Cram 38. Oh yeah, a lot of Gen Xers in here, man. It was my quarters at the arcade that paved the way for modern gaming. Not just me, but like generationally. Like we used to go to the arcade with a $10 roll of quarters, and that's where you spent the afternoon or something. But we rode our bikes there and back. All right, Irish John. We'll catch you later, brother. Take care. Be well. Hopefully all is going well for you, man. We'll be in touch. Yeah, kind of an odd live. Oh yeah, so Jacob, yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, those were good times, man. And it was weird because you're depending on how good you are at the game, a quarter could last like 30 seconds, or it could last like an hour, depending on the game and how good you are at it. I still like some of the classics, Asteroids, Galaga, yeah, Pac-Man, Cubert, stuff like that, classic games. So yeah, how is everybody? YouTube really isn't putting out this video. I must have been bad last week or something because yeah, YouTube's not promoting this one for squat. Yeah, maybe I should. Yeah, I got to focus more on gear and stay off of the current affairs. I'm sure that's not helping. Oh yeah, yeah, I'd say that too. Yeah, around 2000 to 2004 is when things really started to take off. But yeah, I was man, I'm talking about like early 80s and stuff like that. I was pumping quarters in. Yeah, yeah, it had to be about like yeah, literally 79, 1980, 81. Yeah, that's when I started like video games are awesome. That's when I needed a milk crate to stand on to play an arcade game. That pinball machines were still pretty popular too. Oh, I'm yeah, I miss the '90s and the early 2000s and stuff. Um, yeah, those are great years. Well, those are some of the best years for me. Yeah, I was doing tons of rock climbing, skydiving, whitewater kayaking. Yeah, man, I was out there living the dream on a daily. Yeah, I got into PC games for a while around that time, and then because PC gaming was so much better than consoles. But then once they started making consoles like almost PC level without the crazy expense, because like a good gaming PC was a couple grand. Um, and it was always like they'd come out with a new game, you'd have to update your audio card, or then another update would come up, and you would need to update your video card. Then you needed more RAM. Then you needed a faster CPU, and you were just constantly like shelling out like, and each one of those pieces used to cost more than a console. But finally, the graphics and stuff got better on the consoles, and yeah, I got back into consoles whenever like when Halo was the newest, latest, and greatest thing. One of my buddies at the Drop Zone, um, yeah, he duped me into getting an Xbox. But yeah, it was based off of the Halo game. We would waiting for our students to show up. The same TV we would use to show the waiver and everything for skydiving. We had an Xbox hooked up, so we would play like group Halo until the students showed up, and then we'd have to let them watch the safety waiver video. But it's interesting to see how people don't understand the generation born in. Yeah, I kind of understand them. I do my best to understand like the you're talking about like the Gen Z yeah, the Gen Z generation. Um, yeah, Galaga, that's a flashback. I had to look up my favorite Vanguard. I got you, Don Ray. Yeah. Oh yeah, I was definitely raised old school as well. Yeah, we old. Um. Oh, it's Robert. I just changed my name for fun. Oh, I got all right, Robert. Welcome to the chat, man. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How's your week been going, man? Yeah, I think tonight we're using the kiss method to keep it simple, stupid. Um, yeah, in fact, like I said, Mrs. Bushcraft, she went to bed early. She's not feeling well still, but she's still been going to work. Yeah, and I've been under the weather all week. Like, yeah, functioning has been high demand. Um, no, I mean that people like me are rare because we experience life much sooner than we should. Oh yeah, yeah, Jacob. Yeah, I understand that. Um, got off work hella late. Some dude got sick halfway through. Had to cover extra stations. Oh, that's a bummer, man. Well, yeah, a little extra holiday money, I guess. Robert sent happy poop for 10 jewels. Thanks, Robert. We definitely appreciate the happy poop. I wonder who came up with that stuff. Like, is there an unhappy poop or is there only happy poop? I guess. Yeah, that's where we're at tonight. In fact, yeah, I'm gonna try to do another one tomorrow. Because I've been meaning to bust that chest rig back out. But yeah, I gotta put a few pieces back together, and yeah, we did that like the last 2 weeks. We ran lives on Saturdays as well. So man, I'm just trying to remember which time worked out better, the 2 p.m. or the 6 p.m. It's a non-depressed shit. Well, as long as it's a non-depressed shit, then it's all good. Um, yeah, only one getting paid is the tax man and not the bills. Yeah, yeah. I don't know that they're talking once again about abolishing the IRS. Like no more income taxes, which I thought that was part of the deal with the tariffs. Like the country would make more money off of the tariffs, and then you wouldn't pay income tax anymore. I don't know. I know it makes a difference. Like New Hampshire, we don't pay income tax. I mean sales tax, and which is nice because when I went other places to live for a while, I'd be like, no, no, I'm waiting until I get back to New Hampshire. Then I'll buy stuff. I'm going to do errands in the morning. Otherwise, anytime tomorrow should be okay. Yeah, I think that the 2 p.m. was better. Yeah, I think we'll do that again. Yeah, I think we'll do the 2 p.m. again tomorrow. And then yeah, 7 a.m. on Sunday morning, like Eastern Standard Time. I think most people are East Coast anyhow. Oh, Cram, the favorite caliber in the chat. Oh, like always the top three. It's like as a primary, like 9 millimeter, 40 or 45. But yeah, man, for me EDC actually I prefer the 380. Just if I'm like random EDCing, yeah. And that's just based off of the sidearm. But in positive recent news, I got a bench and a bunch of weights, so now I'm gonna get strong again. Yeah, Robert, man, I could use a weight set. I got rid of mine a few years ago, but yeah, Chaos Theory, yeah, 9 millimeter and 5.56. Yeah, I think that's pretty standard. And yeah, it's and those two are typically plentiful. Like it's not too often; it's hard to find it. Um, Silver going to hit $100 an ounce. Man, I think that's a guarantee. But the question is when? Is it going to be in a few years or a few decades? Probably. I don't know. The way things are going, most likely sooner than later. Yeah, crispy critter with the 45 in an XD. All right, yeah. So crispy 45 for a sidearm. Like, what do you? What's your primary? Like, yeah, I guess I don't know. 5.56, 223, 308. B and hey, what's happening, brother? How you doing? You still in the shop or how do you defend yourself against Scientology? Just walk away and say no, no, thank you. Um. Oh, was there a previous? Oh, you're home. Right on, dude. Yeah, I think you've got a thing going there, B and A. Definitely. Yeah, yeah. I'm looking forward. You got to send me some pictures of your finished products. Yeah, yeah. We're gonna pass on the Scientology. um. Yeah, but then what? Isn't oh, what's his name? Tom Cruise there, the faker. I mean, the actor. You guys know what I'm talking about. I meant to say yikes. Whoops. Yeah, S&W MMP Shield 9, Sixer SL18, Gerber US1, Tiny Sawgon keyring, Foldable mini light. Neil, what's happening? Neil, you home now? You still cruising? Yeah, Tom Cruise is weird as hell. Yeah, man, and that little motorcycle stunt that he did, he did the motorcycle base jump thing. That's been done 100 times before him, but of course, when Tom Cruise does it, they make such a big deal out of it. It's not really that big of a deal. I mean, if you don't do that stuff, it's a big deal. But if you do it, it's not that big of a deal. In fact, the speed that you have makes it safer. Believe it or not, there's less like you can use the horizontal throw just like you use the throw of the airplane, like the relative wind, and yeah, you can get your parachute open faster if you were to launch a motorcycle off a jump at doing like 60, 70 miles an hour than if you just start with a static jump off the edge. Right on. Neil's back home safe and sound. Good to hear. Damn. Oh, what idiot Tom Cruise would be a good Jack Reacher. Yeah, I know that there's definitely I don't know Hollywood that well. In fact, I've found that I enjoy movies and stuff more if I don't know who the actors are because now all actors like they try to push you politically or they support certain things that you don't and you're like, "Oh, I'm never watching that damn movie again." Um so I try not to know like if and when I do watch a movie, it's just 100% entertainment. Like I try not to get into any of that. And if I know it ruins a movie for me, I couldn't watch an Arnold movie after he was like F your freedom. I'm like, nah, dude, I cannot support this guy. Like, dude comes here an immigrant and makes a big time, and America supports him and all that good stuff. And then he's like, F your freedoms. Is like, dude, our freedoms is why you have what you have today. So yeah, so that's why I try not to engage in that. Um, oh yeah, Jack Reacher is right because he's like 4'3". Yeah, that was an interesting little fun fact I learned on YouTube. Like Tom Cruise wears like lifts in all his shoes because he has like a little man complex. Like I'm a short dude, so he wears like lifts in his shoes, so he comes across as taller. Good evening. Yeah, crispy critter. Yeah, never meet your heroes. You're exactly right. Yeah, I'm gonna say 99% of the time that's probably gonna be true. You're absolutely right, man. That's happened to me many times actually. When I was a young skydiver, there was a an older skydiver that I looked up to because he was a very talented canopy pilot and everything. And yeah, I just thought he was one of the greatest skydivers there was. And then I worked with him in like 2006, and like a month into working with the guy, I couldn't stand him. Like, yeah, so yeah, Crispy, you're definitely right, man. Olem, good evening. Welcome to the chat. I don't like that type of comedy, but Playdate was fun. Arnold seems pretty normal. Am I missing something? Oh yeah, Cram. During the time in which we're not allowed to talk about the Chinese AIDS, the everybody's grounded. Nobody can go out and play, and if you do go out, you have to stay 6 feet away from everybody. Yeah, well, when they were talking about pushing the Fauci ouchie, the clot shot, whatever you want to call it, yeah, Arnold stepped in and made a big thing. Like, now is not a time, Americans and your freedom, and he was like literally like "F your freedom." It was like, whoa, dude, no, you can't be saying that. Yeah, just man, got me the wrong way. Yeah, there's nothing worse than somebody who like immigrated or even worse is here illegally, and they're trying to tell Americans how to do their thing. Um, I shook a guy's hand earlier. He didn't tell me it was broke, and I kind of hurt him. Being that's I don't know. Um, that's wrong of me laughing. Yeah, I'm a broken individual when it comes to that stuff. Yeah, man, I lack some empathy when it comes to injuries sometimes. Like I've had skydivers that were they're students or just off of student status, and they're acting the total fool, and they're doing stuff that's gonna get them hurt. And I'm like, look, man, if you keep that up, like you're gonna break your legs, dude. Like you gotta fix this. Oh, whatever, you don't know what you're talking about, old timer. Then like 2 loads later, guess who's out in the landing area with a broken leg? Like I go running out there, that's why I have the Raptor shears, just in case, I gotta help with that stuff. But yeah, I go running out there and I'll check it out and I'll be like, all right, there's no like mass internal bleeding, there's no like compound fracture. This dude is gonna be fine. All he do is break his leg. And then I'll give it a second. I'll be like, and I always drop the I told you so. Like maybe now you learn to listen, young man. Um, okay, sounds like every famous person symbol. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Yeah, the famous people. I don't buy into famous people. I never have. I've never glorified like pro athletes or definitely not actors or singers or anything. Yeah, you can sing great, good for you. Like, but most of them are so detached from reality. Like, how can I take their opinion seriously? Like, well, Madonna's sitting there worth, $1 billion or $500 million or whatever it is, and she's telling us how to rough it for the like, what do you know about roughing it there, sweetheart? For my entire life, you've been making coin. Um, yeah, that's why I love the TCal motto: "Be less dumb." Yeah, the TCal motto is spot on. Be less dumb. Man, I had a friend that was from Alaska, and he had stickers made that stupidity should be painful. And yeah, I put that. I grabbed a couple of them. I put them on my helmets. Like, yeah, if your dumbass jumps out of an airplane and you break something, like stupid, stupid is as stupid does. Andy, how you doing? What's up, bro? What is the stream about? Oh man, I just busted out some stuff from last Christmas, and man, we're having a social talking about this, that, and the other thing. You never really know where the conversations are going to go in here sometimes. Yeah, we touch base on some gear, but hey, we're just we always rock the social in here. It's just part of what we do. Yeah, Don Ray, exactly. Yeah, no celebrity understands our reality. Like, yeah, they're so detached from reality. Like, I mean, occasionally one of them will say something smart, but then you got to sit down and think who wrote that for them. Um, yeah, Madonna isn't to be so. Yeah, oh yeah, she used to be. Yeah, but now she's got into that. She tried being young forever and went under the surgery a whole bunch of times, and yeah, I don't know. I guess, man, to a certain degree, like I don't know, like well, I'm gonna get in trouble for this one, but sometimes like when you're judging a woman, like sometimes she get really ugly by what she says, and that definitely that exacerbated Madonna's problem. Um, so it's like chilling and talking about everyday life and stuff. Yeah, Andy, exactly. Everyday life and stuff, whatever's going on, If you're having a bad day, we'll hopefully make you feel a little better. But we talk a lot about gear. I'm a gear junkie, and most of the guys in here are gear junkies. Also, a lot of them are enablers as well. So if you're on the fence about like, oh, should I buy this expensive knife? We can easily get a half a dozen people to back you up. We'll even come up with excuses to tell your wife, girlfriend, fiance, whatever. Yeah. Um, like when Alyssa Milano got mad and got rid of her Tesla and bought a Volkswagen, yeah, because they never did anything wrong. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she was going off about, yeah, because, oh, Elon Musk kind of like waved to the crowd and they called it a Nazi salute or whatever. So yeah, Alyssa Milano was like, I'm not driving a Tesla. That dude's a Nazi. And then she turned around and bought a Volkswagen. Like, could you make it make sense, guys? Like, that's why you just gotta like not like take what they say with a grain of salt. It's a bunch of bunk. Um, yeah, screw your millionaire assholes and do you donate. Yeah, Volkswagen was an odd choice. That was amazingly strange, poor, stupid Alyssa. Yeah, I know, and she used to be great back in the day. Um, yeah, like the politician who voted for AOC, which negatively impacted my dad. He and my dad are the same cancer. Yeah, exactly, Robert. My wife is making dinner. If you need a receipt that shows your wife what you told her you paid, contact me at. Yeah, more than just German. Oh, that's priceless. Actually, I'm lucky in that end. Mrs. Bushcraft, she always like, she encourages me. She's an enabler by far. I think it's her hobby. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, but but she knows I pass on a lot of goofy stuff too. Like, yeah, take it easy and like get some drive through. Not a chance. Like, I'll cook dinner at home 7 days a week. Like, I don't eat out. There's a lot of things I don't do. I just kind of had a different lifestyle. So today I found an edit on cup cut, and I tried to transfer it to post on YouTube, and an ad of a woman promoting an app, but in an inappropriate and frilly way. Don't know how it's legal. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's amazing what they get away with ads and stuff like that. Um, yeah, just like I can't figure it out. A lot of what like YouTube movies, they've gotten really good. Anybody notice that? Like somehow like YouTube, people on YouTube, I don't know where they're coming from, but they're uploading like all kinds of like decent movies, not some like third rate, you know, B C rated movie, like actual good movies. Um, but man, but they don't like beep anybody out. Like they're completely unedited. Like there's people in there cussing up a storm the whole 9 yards, but yeah, they can drop the F bomb 40 times in the movie that YouTube uploaded. But if we do it like within the first 2 minutes of your live or your first 2 minutes of a video, like it's less than monetizable. And if you're like slinging the F bomb here, there, and everywhere, like they just completely demonetize the video. But they can upload a video, with like nudity in it or something like that. Yeah, I was just being chill. The only good movie ever is Home Alone, the OG, right on. I don't know, man. A Christmas Story is pretty good too. It's It's kind of like a secret fight for men's rights. It started like as we're youth. Like, at what age did you get your first BB gun? Yeah, that's a great. See now, like YouTube will like nail me for saying that. Like rather than saying pew pew or something, it'll count against me for not saying pew pew. But they can have like the Sylvester Stallone movie or something. Like, they're just sawing down everything. You guys are chill. I'm gonna sub and like. Right on. Hey, thanks, Andy. We definitely appreciate it. Yeah, it's a pretty chill crowd here. We get a little riled up every once in a while, but then my moderators get me back in line. Uh, yeah, sometimes yeah, my counter troll tactics can be as bad as the trolls sometimes. So I do apologize for that. I just can't help myself, you know? Like when I see stupid, I'm gonna call out stupid. I just can't help it. Yeah, AI music is crazy too. Yeah, I've heard some of it. Like AI is crazy. AI is taking over everything. Like, man, I get so upset. I'll like click on something thinking it's like some great information or something, but it's just AI. Like, come on, what's up? Like, it's an AI fake video. They're trying to trick you. Like, I don't mind the comedy stuff, like um, the Bigfoot video log or the Starship or not Starship. Wow, Stormtrooper video logs and stuff or video blog, whatever they call it. That stuff's funny, but when they're trying to trick me into thinking something's real, but it's not. Yeah, that's when like AI is like it takes you a minute to figure it out. Squatch shot, what's happening, my man? Welcome to the chat. Squatch, what happened to your live, man? I was waiting on you. Yeah, the Matrix warned us. I think in that way, yeah, we're all. I think it's kind of like a metaphor or whatever, you know. Like we're all just kind of like feeding the system. We're all here to serve a purpose, you know, in the form of like our battery, like our energy supports. Like, yeah, I think what's that series, man? It's a series of movies. The Hunger Games, man. The Hunger Games. I think that's like the long term goal. Like they want everybody in these little supportive colonies barely scraping by. They have enough people to get done what the elites need. While the elites live in, you know, like they're building some billionaire city as we speak. So yeah, that kind of has a lot to do with it. And there's no way everything going on happened on accident. Like there's no way like every Western culture being overrun by illegal immigrants and stuff like that is just all by chance. Like, yeah, it's all planned out. It's like going perfectly as planned, I think. Oh, you had to help your dad, Leon, right on. So yeah, you gonna do another live on that or reschedule? I mean, or something. It's the Squid Game, yeah, yeah. They call it globalism. Oh no, the Stones, man. I got this out. Is B&A still in here? I gotta send these back. Yeah, there he is right there. It's crazy how good my kids are at identifying AI. Yeah, these are yeah, well B&A's here. B&A can describe these better than I can, but these were gifted to me last year from B&A. They're like quartz crystals. He dug them out the ground himself. Like it's a hobby of his. He goes out looking for different minerals and gems and stuff like that. But yeah, they're like yeah, this one's really this is the I think this is the biggest one. No, maybe it's a tie. But yeah, when you put them like this, they're pretty cool. Now Pat told me they're gonna bring me good luck, so we should jump up to like 50,000 viewers in a minute here with having these out. People are like, no, they're not diamonds though. Yeah, in this economy, soon a mill would be used for basic things and supplies. Yeah, naturally faceted. Yeah. So these were yeah, B&A gave me these as a gift last year. Like around this time, I can't remember the exact date, but it was like right before my birthday. So he's like, "Oh, you know, birthday present, early birthday present." But my birthday's so close to Christmas that I'm used to getting the combined gift. Anybody close to Christmas understands this. Um, but yeah, so he sent me that and this Spyderco, Kapow, the Sage 5 CF. So we've been rocking these for a solid year. Oh, Don Ray, you're taking off. Have an awesome night. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, get some rest. Hopefully you feel better. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I've been kind of under the weather, like yeah, for the past week. Like it's gotten worse, not better. It kind of sucks. Um, Family Jewels on stream, crazy. Kramer's got to run too. All right, we'll catch you later. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you on the next one. Yeah, we're still going to be hanging out for a little bit here. Yeah, Don Ray, I feel for you. Yeah, like when you're, man, I probably have like a very low tolerance level for trolls right now. I'm just kind of like been feeling like crap all week, and yeah, like just yeah, trolls are just yeah, not exacerbating the situation. Yeah, I got the winter cold. There's a lot of that going around. Everybody, a lot of people that Mrs. Bushcraft works with is under the weather. A lot of people I know too. It's just that time of year, weather shifting. Yeah, I definitely feel it in the old hip. So right on. Yeah, Cram is great talking to you as well. Yeah, we do our lives like every Friday and Sunday for sure. And now I guess we're doing Sundays at like 2 in the afternoon. I mean Saturday at 2 in the afternoon. Sundays at 7 a.m. and Friday evenings at 8. But yeah, there's a lot of that going along around. A lot of people definitely under the weather. So um, yeah, we've also got a lot of other stuff going on. Definitely got some newer content. I did start working on some of the shorts and longer videos, but damn the editing, guys. Yeah, at some point I'm gonna have to find somebody that can like do like there's people that can edit. I know there's people that can do it well, you know. Um, yeah, weekends are always exciting, definitely. I do some random like midweek stuff. Which yeah, we'll probably start doing a lot more because we're gonna be like cabin fever in the house for most of the winter. It's looking so yeah. I'll probably start doing a lot more lives and stuff. I'm gonna start posting some shorts. Probably do some long form videos. I'm trying not to do long form videos as gear reviews. Although that's all I really have to do right now. I was saving long form videos for like outdoor camping adventures, whatever we do outdoors. But hey, it might help us get a little bit more of a kickstart if we start doing some of those. So yeah, Andy, I'm gonna start grinding it pretty hard. Um, yeah, I've done it before in life, so it's nothing new. It's extremely time consuming. I do a lot behind the scenes, a lot of planning. Like yeah, I've got a lot planned out for down the road. And it's all coming together slowly but surely. We had some major setbacks, but hey, yeah, we're still in the game. So um, yeah, just getting caught up on the comments here. Yep. Yeah, so that's the direction we're heading with the channel. Yeah, it's been long and a lot of work, a lot of behind the scenes work, you know. So a lot of research have gone into stuff. I've come up with a few really good things. I think you don't see too common, and yeah, putting together a kit. I'm still working on the chest rig. I've got a bunch of different projects going on. I think one of the biggest things I want to do for 2026 is start doing custom kydex. Something I've been wanting to do for quite a few years now, and I like building stuff, so it'll satisfy that end. I've got a bunch of tools and stuff like that I need to get, but that's going to be a huge plan for 2026. Is yeah, custom kydex. So we'll should get interesting. Oh, what do I do? I was a professional skydiver. I'm an FAA certificated master parachute rigger. So I maintain the airworthiness and FAA standards on skydiving parachuting equipment is what I did. But now I'm trying to do YouTube full time. So I did 27 years of jumping out of airplanes. So it's time to move on and do something a little different. So and it does play into what I'm doing on YouTube because there's a lot of sewn products I want to get into, backpacks and stuff like that. Backpacks, sleeping bags, whatever, all that outdoor equipment, soft goods, we'll call it. And yeah, so I've got decades of experience inspecting harness container systems, parachutes, and I did R&D and test jumping for wingsuits for like 7 years. So yeah, so now I'd like to like just convert those skills over into doing like quality qualified inspections and like give professional opinions on gear. Like there's tons of people doing gear reviews on YouTube, and their only experiences with that gear, like they don't have any real formal, serious training. So I think it's a gap that I'm going to kind of fill a little bit. Because I can tell you looking at stitches if the top thread tension was off, or I know the difference between quality stitching, not just well, there's a couple loose ends they didn't trim off. Well, that's fine, don't worry about that. That's not an issue. But yeah, yeah, I just found out that you can watch old TV shows like Hell's Kitchen from Gordon Ramsay. Oh yeah, yeah. There's all kinds of stuff you can watch. It's yeah, they've got Discovery Channel stuff and all that. Yeah, yeah, it is. It's a risky job. It's high stress, and yeah, one mistake, and you've got to explain to somebody's family why they're no longer with us. Fortunately, knock on wood, I made it 27 years without ever having to do that. I know people it's happened to. They walked away. But yeah, I've never made a parachute rigging mistake in my life. So yeah, chalk it up to a self-induced case of OCD, or CDO as we like to call it. CDO is a lot like OCD, only we're better because we put it in proper alphabetical order the way it should be. My girl wanted some later, so I apologize. I had to get earlier a bit. Oh yeah, no worries, man. Okay, have anything better to do, and you guys are cool. Scary, yeah. Good job, man. Proud of you. But if it happens, people retire, right? Yeah. Usually, if a parachute rigger does make a mistake, yeah, that's usually the end of their career. If they're found to be at fault, like if it's negligence, then they don't have to worry about it. The FAA will pull your rating, same as like a commercial airline pilot. Yeah, if you're caught to be negligent, yeah, you lose your ratings anyhow. But even if it's questionable and it's kind of like one of those, well, you kind of knew better. Yeah, it's usually they get shamed out of the business, if that makes sense. Um, so yeah, it's different, but unless you're in yeah, Lodi, California, never go. Oh wow, they're probably gonna nail me for defamation or something. Um, yeah, Lodi, California is a non-USPA like sanctioned drop zone, meaning that they don't follow anything under the United States Parachute Association, which really they don't have to. They have to follow the FAA, Federal Aviation Administration guidelines under all appropriate parts, including aircraft and parachuting activities. So, but man, that's probably the statistically the most unsafe drop zone there is in the country, without a doubt. Yeah, there's all kinds of crookedness that goes on there. I wouldn't go there again. I went there back in the day when I was young and dumb, but we're talking like 25 years ago. And yeah, they have a notorious reputation for being extremely unsafe. Um, it's easy to get paranoid. Saw a tandem, they gone. Yeah, yeah, it's happened more than a few times with tandems out there. Oftentimes, the tandem ratings aren't certified. Now, According to the FAA, you have to get, well, there's prerequisites before you can become a tandem instructor. To become a tandem instructor, you have to get certified through the manufacturer, the designer of the harness container system that you'll be jumping. So the two most common ones in the United States are um, the the Sigma system by United Parachute Technologies and the Dual Hawk by Strong Enterprises. And in order to be able to jump their gear legally and professionally, you have to go get certified through them on their gear specific. There are differences between the two systems. They're the two. There's others, but those are the two. Like 95% of it's covered by those two makers. The other 5% is the Dual Racer by the Jump Shack, which is out of Florida as well. They make a good system, but not nearly as good as the other two. Um, but Lodi, they don't care. They'll just like, oh, you think you can do that? All right, well, go ahead and do that. Like most of them don't have like formal tandem training or anything like that. Yeah, and you are required to be certified, but a lot of it is they let illegal immigrants work there for under wages. Because part of getting your certification, you have to get a class 3 medical exam, like the same exact exam like a commercial 747 pilot has to take, a tandem instructor has to take it, and it proves your overall health that you're not going to like accidentally pass out during the jump or something like that. Um, why are they Army certified? What do you mean Army certified? There's no certification courses through the Army. In fact, anything that you did in the Army doesn't count. Once you become a civilian, you still have to do all the FAA exams and everything like that. All the USPA jumps. Mainly off grid. Welcome to the chat, my man. How you doing? Hey, mainly, I got a question for you. How far are you from like Lebanon, Maine? Like I know it's just right over the border there, on the other side of Rochester, New Hampshire. But how far are you from there? I can kind of gauge it. Like the woman who jumped with her skydiving suit off a mountain, which is illegal, but she died because she was only used to skydiving using a parachute. Well, yeah, Andy, the parachutes are pretty much the same. There's quite a few women that did some base jumps that are no longer with us, but I can't remember the name of the woman, but I think the one you're referring to is the one out at El Cap. They were protesting like their ability, like their right to go base jumping as a sport, just like rock climbers get to go there rock climbing. And they were trying to ban base jumping, so they were doing a like a base jump protest to prove how safe it was. And the woman doing the jump borrowed somebody else's gear for the jump. Now there's two type of deployment system that's commonly used. One's called a BOC, and it stands for bottom of container. It's a spandex pocket on the bottom, like of the backpack portion, that holds a pilot chute for deployment. Another one is called ROL, rear of leg, and it goes on the back leg strap of the harness system. And she was used to doing BOC jumps, and she did the jump with borrowed gear that happened to be an ROL deployment instead of BOC, and she couldn't find the pilot chute to deploy the main, and yeah, she bounced. So way to protest like base jumping is safe by doing a base jump and burning in like yeah could should have, and that's why you don't borrow gear. Like skydivers, don't borrow gear. Always jump your own gear. Um, oh, 33rd straight, you're back. Welcome, welcome. Oh, 2 hours ish. All right, yeah. Hey, thanks mainly. Yeah, that kind of gives me a clue of how far you are from here. So you're about a 2.5 to 3 hour drive from where I'm at. Um, yeah, I hope everyone is doing amazing tonight. Yeah, 33rd straight. I mean, I'm under the weather. I'm definitely I've had healthier days, but yeah, other than that, man, I'm doing great. Um, yeah, I've just come to, I enjoy doing the live so much. I do them almost no matter what. Unless we have no power, no internet or something, which has happened to us once. Yeah, the one official Friday night that I missed was because yeah, we had no power. So yeah, we did. Yeah, mainly it's something I'm definitely working towards. Yeah, if you want, I'll send you an email or something with my phone number, and we can jump on the phone and talk if that works for you. Last live, not live. Or yeah, my grilled GeoPress tie after the last live. I was in super. Oh, that's awesome! 33rd straight. Yeah, man. Yeah. Did you get the GeoPress or the Ultra Press? I'm getting the GeoPress eventually. I have the Ultra Press, but yeah, they're awesome. All right, yeah, mainly I'll probably do that tomorrow ish. Yeah, because by the time I'm done the live tonight, I'm gonna grab a snack or something and call it a night. Like yeah, I've been scraping by this week. um, like yeah, when you're just under the weather and you're like, I just gotta be productive. I can't be this unproductive. Um, yeah, nice. Yeah, 33rd. I think you're. Did you get the French press as well? I'm looking forward to see how that works out. Yeah, that's on my. I've got a bunch of grill stuff. I'm still gonna put together, but yeah, it was on sale for 199. Yeah, that's a good deal. Yeah, they've been having a 20% off sale for yeah, the holidays and stuff. Yeah, it's varied between like 10 and 20% or something. Andy, bye, bro. Gotta go fulfill my religion daily prayer. All right, Andy. Thanks for stopping by. We'll catch you on the next one. Yeah, what else have we got? Man, we can yeah, I'm not sure. Wow, yeah, I'm kind of brain farted tonight's live. We're winging it, people. Oh, the okay, so the Grail yeah, the Grail sale, the Grail sale. Say that 10 times real fast, right? I guess the Grail sale ends tonight. Um yeah, and they've got oh, they had a better deal. They have some like new carry stuff out. I'd like to check some of that stuff out. But yeah, I'm trying to do the channel independent because once people start like, paying you or how that goes. So yeah, I'm trying to do the channel 100% dependent. It's just been a little rough road getting there. I'm sorry for the question, but I'm in Oregon, land of the rain. What tent would you recommend for really rainy conditions? For really rainy conditions, I would double down with a tarp, not just a tent. Like if I know it's going to be raining ridiculously, I'll set up a tarp and then just set up my tent right underneath it. That's the way I would roll with it. And then yeah, you kind of like double down. Um, yeah, Ground Fog, what's been happening, brother? You've been awfully quiet. How are things treating you over at Discord, my man? Is your Discord still picking up some pace? Yeah, if anybody doesn't know Ground Fog, he's got a Discord channel that yeah, he covers all sorts of survival and gear, overlanding, all sorts of different topics related to the outdoors and outdoor related things over on Discord. So yeah, you can randomly pop in there and have a chat with somebody or something. Yeah, Ground Fog, if you want, man, go ahead and drop your Discord link, man. Yeah, it's off and on. I've noticed that too. YouTube is the same way. Like, yeah, it's off and on. Like, yeah, sometimes we'll have like the lives will be really slow, like tonight, and then other times we've had as many as like 30,000 views in like a 2 hour live or something. Other times it's like 300. Try to stock up as much. Yeah, I think that's where I'm at now. I'm trying to stock up as much as I can without going overboard in any one area. Um, yeah, I don't want to like overstock. Like right now, I kind of have a surplus of knives. Um, yeah, next thing's gonna be yeah. I'm just trying to round out the kit. I've got some stuff to finish on my chest rig. I need to get a quality backpack. I'm gonna get into some prepping stuff as well, some basic prepping, like the whole I don't know what you call it, like bailing out with your automobile, like so kind of like bug out bags, but for your automobile. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, have a cooler with some basic stuff. And then yeah, I've got a North Face camp bag, waterproof camp bag that I keep. It's got like a 4-person tent in it. It's big enough for Mrs. Bushcraft and I with all the fixings. Yeah, we've got the dual air mattress, the down coupler, the down comforter. I've got like an MSR 2-person mess kit in there. Some fuel. 33rd, you're good. You're just yeah, 33rd, you're good. You're just asking constructive questions and not being in control to ask questions. Yeah, they're not being a troll. I hate my phone. This thing is so yeah. Yeah, Chaos's phone has a mind of its own. I think AI is running it sometimes. Although it keeps it fun, it really does. If you know what's going on, it's funny and it's fun. If you don't know what's going on, then yeah, it might come across as like really odd. But no, Chaos is a good dude. Yeah, there you go. There's Groundfog's Discord if anybody wants to sign up for that or go over check it out. Whatever's clever. There's the link. Question: do you think those curved knives, karambits, are overrated? I think that they have their place. A karambit definitely has its place, but I wouldn't call that general use. It's more specific to like fighting or self defense or something like that. But to each their own. Some people really really dig them. I've never been a karambit fan, but that's just me. I'm more like traditional style. Like this is my ideal type of knife right here. Um, and I've been probably rocking this style of knife now for most of like my entire adult life. I think I'd be willing to bet pretty close. But in my younger years, I didn't invest in the quality. I just yeah, it was more like fashion over function. If it looked the part that I wanted, it was okay. But usually those knives didn't work out. They're typically the ones that I broke. I broke quite a few SOGs, and I've had some stuff disappear as well. I used to use a lot of Gerber LMFs, the Gerber LMF and BMF, and then I got into those SOG seal knives, and that was just man, they look badass, but they just function like stank ass. They're just they're not. I don't know if I got some bad run or whatever, but yeah, none of them held up. I just picked up a 24 pack MREs for my prep setup. Yeah, yeah, that's. I'm gonna try to do some of the build my own MREs. Like I'm just gonna get like chicken packets and things like that. Um, I'm gonna try to yeah I'm gonna play around with some of that stuff a little bit. I've eaten enough MREs to know like that is the last resort. Um, if I don't have to, I'm not going to. If there's a plan B, that's what I'm gonna do. For those who don't know, I am legally blind, so I use talk to text, and my phone doesn't understand proper English. Yeah, yeah, yeah. If anybody didn't read that, yeah, Chaos Theory is legally blind. So he uses talk to text. So we're not joking when it's AI or whatever thing they're doing to do the talk to text, like doing whatever it is. Sometimes it's really, really funny. Most of the time, 99% of the time, it's really funny. But like I said, if you're aware of it, it's always funny. If you're not aware of it, you may be like, hey, dude, what did you say? Um, Peak Refuel is pretty highly rated. Yeah, I'll have to check into that one. I've looked into some of that. They've got like Tactical Treats now. It's a company called Tactical Treats that makes these protein enhanced gummy bears. I don't know, not gummy bears. They're little cubes. But like you get the idea. Like they're making those. I'm gonna check that out. Also, Frog Fuel has those protein shots. I want to check out some of those as like Because protein would be the hardest thing to acquire. So yeah, stuff like that. I'm gonna look into some of that. But yeah, it all gets expensive before you know it. You're like, oh, I'm gonna get some of those protein enhanced Slim Jims and this and that or whatever. They're not Slim Jims. They have a different name, I know, but they're little like protein enhanced beef jerkies and like I said, the frog fuel and the tactical treats. But then they're damn expensive. Oh yeah, yeah. B&A, the what was it? Wasn't it like a 5 pack of Lucky Strikes or something used to come in? I think the last ones that have that were those the cardboard box of sea rations, like Vietnam era that type stuff. Yeah, that would, and man, even if you don't smoke, like that's one heck of a bartering tool. Like if you don't smoke and you got a 5 pack of those, I guarantee you that'll trade somebody for an MRE brownie easily, easily, maybe even 2 brownies. I don't know. You got to be out there in the field and you know, it's like supply and demand, and how much are people tweaking for their nicotine or whatever. Um, Nice as being I got the memories of my stepdad was trying to tell me that those are World War II K rations that I bought. These knives are really pretty and stimulating. I couldn't agree with you more. If you might even say under the right circumstances, they're kind of arousing. I don't know if you can say that on YouTube though, so we're not going to say that. But yeah, they're sleek lines. Like yeah, I love it when a good knife kit comes together. My my official, almost official, and it's B&A's fault because we always got to upgrade, right? Like upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. One thing that I had never had before the Spyderco that came with the Spyderco was the carbon fiber scales. And at first I wasn't sure. I'm like, I don't know. You know, you hear a lot about them, and you know, it's grams. Like they're knife scales. Like how much could the weight difference be? It's not just the weight difference. It is minimal. I don't even know exactly what it is. But the carbon fiber, I like instantly love carbon fiber. So, yeah, so whoops, I almost dropped my knife. Um, so we got the Eric Hansen sent me this as a gift. This was his EDC knife, but to the point, it has the carbon fiber scales. And the nice part is I have a calculator to compare it to. So like I said, the weight difference is kind of it's noticeable. It's definitely there, but it's not tremendous, you know. Like I don't think we're satisfying the average gram weenie with the weight difference, but the texture, as well as a little bit lighter, definitely a thing. So now the only problem I have in this world, oh, call me a greedy knife geek or something, but I would like to get. I've been looking at it. They're available. Um, yeah, this is kind of like my 3 piece knife set. Oh wow, we gotta make it so we can see it more, right? This is my ideal, and then you just throw a folder in there. Kapow! It doesn't get much better than that. But I'd like to get the carbon fiber version of these too. Yeah, the tier one BC gives me a jingle in my jeans every time. Hey, yeah, jingle in the jeans. 'Tis a season chaos. What, yeah, in your opinion, what's one of the best EDC pocket knives you recommend? In my man, the best EDC pocket knife is the best quality tool you can buy for the money. Everybody's use is different. Like my opinion doesn't really matter. Um, I'm just man, I don't think I'm that qualified for starters. I can tell you what a quality knife is, but man, it's like one of those things. It doesn't matter. Like okay, the CRK Sabenza knife. It's legendary blade. Blah blah blah. I had one. Honestly, I think it sucked. There's no way in hell I would pay $525 for that little glorified toothpick. It was a small Sabenza. It's like a fifth pocket knife. It's something you throw in your fifth pocket, like going to like a redneck wedding to like outclass everybody. I don't know. It just I don't think it was that great. But everybody like man, there's people like they love that knife. I don't dig it. Like I'm just yeah. So whatever fits in your hand, whatever is gonna like has good edge or tension. I mean, you know best what you're gonna do with that knife. So kind of like base it off of that. Um, I know a guy who would rucking monsters and smokes on FTX is 5 to 20 a pop by day 3 and 4. Yeah, exactly, man. And a can of that easy cheese, the cheese in a can. Yeah, same thing, man. You can get like 10, $15 for that. And it doesn't matter, if you don't have cash on the FTX, no worries, man. Like, you just, when you get out of the field, once you're done cleaning gear, like, it doesn't matter. On the first, you just go knock on their door and, like, pay me, dude. Like, yeah, yeah, same thing. Pack of smokes, man. Back in the early 90s, mid 90s. Um, yeah, man, on an FTX, you could make some bank on carrying a carton of smokes out there. Um, Yeah, you could, man, back then cartons were like 23, $24 or something. But yeah, you could get 10, 15, $20 a pack. And the longer you can hold out, like selling them, like wait until everybody's like really run out and desperate. Yeah, or pulling CQ duty. Anybody else ever done that? Like, yeah, pull CQ for, depending on the holiday or the reason. Yeah, you can pull a couple $100 on just one night of CQ. And anybody who's ever like traded spots, like, you 100% lied to your first sergeant, because it had to clear through the first sergeant. He says, "You're not receiving any money or favors for this, are you?" And you're like, "No, no, I have not." But as soon as you leave the office, like, that's the first thing for a CQ duty is, yeah, they hand over the $100 or whatever it is, whatever the agreement was. I just found 1,000 rounds of 9 millimeter ball under my bed. I'm looking for the cigarette that I dropped. I really, yeah, there you go, chaos. Yeah, you might want to apply that concept, man. Yeah, definitely give it a good cleaning, man. Never know what you're gonna find. So yeah, I mean the same is true with fixed blades too. Like, I mean, we all have our favorites, and it's gonna change. It's gonna evolve. Like, what I liked, 10 years ago is different than what I like now. Same thing. What I was into like 20 years ago is different than what I'm into now. Not by a huge amount, but I still like the same style of knives, but I've definitely increased in quality of material and craftsmanship and things like that. I have 5,000 round boxes of ammo. Yeah, there goes those typos again. Half a million round boxes, huh? In New York, you can't even get a Ruger 1022 without a special semi-auto permit. Really, it's that bad in New York now? And but those are worth it. The Ruger 1022s, like, that's the gift that keeps on giving, man. That thing's got more available parts than, yeah, it's like the Jeep of freaking, yeah, they are great. I highly recommend Ruger 1022s to a lot of people. I think it's one of those things everybody should own one or two. Depending, you could have a couple in different configurations. I mean, man, the 22 round is what I got good on. Yeah, back in the day, man, I was shooting more than a few hundred rounds of 22 a week, like all the way through high school. Yeah, squat shot and slingshots too, brother, man. We got you right here. That didn't go as planned. They're supposed to stay. Maybe we can fit you up here. There we go. Kind of looks out of place though, doesn't it? I'm still waiting for that thing to go on like a super sale. Which no, Maverick, I don't call that a knife. I call that five knife. Well, yeah, we call that five knives. I wasn't sure if you could see the. Yeah, we call that five knives. We don't call it a knife. We call it five knives. But right on, dude. um, Spits a stream of brass. It's awesome. Yeah, I've seen some of those little Auto 22s. Man, yeah, those are sweet. They're really cool. And yeah, I've seen some of the 22 subsonic rounds with a can. Like, that's those some of those are pretty impressive. Watch the website. It's December. Oh, my biggest knife is This is my biggest knife. This is a custom Phobos Knives Tier 1 C. It's a CPM 3V. It's a full 0.25 inches at the spine. 12 and a quarter overall with a convex grind, man. Black G10 liners with, I forget what kind of, it's micarta. It's, this brown micarta. I want to say it's chocolate micarta, but it's not. It's like, maybe it's just brown micarta. Shit, I don't know, guys. It's this color right here. But this is the biggest knife that I own. It's sweet. It's got that ferro rod notch on here as well, which is sweet. Yeah, this is a custom one-off. Eric Hansen made me over at Phobos Knives back in 2019. He made this one. This is my first knife by Phobos Knives, and it's a banger. Oh, the lamp. That's not just any lamp. That's a prestigious award from Italy called Fragile. Oh yeah. Mainly this here's a banger, man. But I gotta be honest. I've been honest, man. This is the first knife that I kind of like. I pampered a little bit. No lie, this is the first custom knife I've ever owned in my entire life. Like, every other knife prior to this was like, took a box off the shelf and paid for it kind of thing. Yeah, this was my introduction to Phobos knives, and throughout the process of making this, I became friends with Eric Hansen. Outstanding man on every level. Much respect and appreciation for him. But yeah, this is my biggest knife. It's probably going to be my biggest knife for quite a while. I was kind of like scooting around the knife market a little bit recently, just, like trying to come up with ideas for the channel or something. I found out that I'm not that interested. No, I'm interested in doing stuff with the channel, obviously. But, man, like getting into a whole bunch of other knives. And, man, the prices of some of these knives have gone up so much. Like Phobos knives are actually, he lowered his prices this year over last year. But like some of the other knife companies I've looked into, man, the price is so high, they've gone up by like 50%. Like, what used to be like a $299 knife is now like $429 or $439. I'm like, I'm just not that interested, Like, I'm more interested in, like, we're going to use the knives and, having some different EDC versus field options and stuff like that is great. But yeah, I guess I have a knife collection, but it wasn't on purpose. Not complaining. I absolutely love it. But yeah, if I do anything with my knives, I've decided I'm just going to add to what I have from Phobos knives. Like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like, I love the contouring on the scales. We can call it ergonomics and sound fancy. But there's everything that I love about his knives and nothing that I don't. So yeah, guys, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Maybe I'll get another knife. Like I said, I could buy carbon fibers. Don't tell the Mrs. Bushcraft this, but I could probably buy just carbon fiber scales for these two, like I was talking about. But I can get the whole damn knife, and then I'll have another knife. And man, if it breaks, there's nothing to relearn. There's no, like, I won't be disappointed if I can't get that one and I try to get a different one. But what they claim to be like some scientifically ergonomic, designed to fit the hand super scale might not. So, but these I know I like everything about them. Ooh, my smallest knife is for a fixed blade. Oh no, that's not the smallest. Shit, I'd be lying. I don't really use it anymore, but my smallest knife would be this. The Spartan Blades Enyo. And I've had this one for quite some time. In fact, the Kydex, this is one thing about Kydex. It still has some retention, but it doesn't like click in there like a champ, like there's not a positive closing on it. But like, yeah, like the Phobos Kydex here, right? Like this is the Kydex one. Like it locks in and it doesn't wiggle or anything, and then it pops out. So Like this, what would be a great, like anybody into a necker knife, which I'm not. I never carry a necker knife. I don't wear anything around my neck. Um, like yeah, you would have to have kydex made for it. I wouldn't want to wear this around my neck like upside down, and I don't know. I wouldn't be confident with that. But yeah, that would be my smallest overall knife. And I actually, because it's kind of small, it has no scales. If you're doing anything real with it, it gets uncomfortable really quick. So my replacement for the Enyo is actually the Phobos Knives Tier 1 Mini Mini. It is a bit bigger, but and like disclaimer, I have like really small hands, so for most of you this would be a three-finger knife. I can actually get all four on there. Uh, but I digress. But that's why I made the changes that I made. I love Spartan blades, but they're just not they're not long-term users. I mean, like they'll last you a lifetime, but like if you're going to be out there like doing bushcraft stuff and like building some stick traps or anything like that, they get uncomfortable pretty quick. So wanting to get back into some of that stuff, starting to do more of it. I sought out a different knife company because Spartan Blades just like I love their stuff. There's nothing bad to say about them if you buy them for the purposes that they're designed for. But I think Phobos knives is just that next level. And this knife here, you can take this off. You can take the scales off and use it as like a skeletonized knife, just like this. It's designed to do that. But I want the scales there because I want the comfort. I don't want the hot spots. Um, you have a Kaiser drop bear. Yeah, I'm not even sure which one that is. Oh, he's got an uncle in the Navy, right on, man. Well, yeah, I think we've all had somebody in the military and family. Yeah, I've got uncles in the Navy, the Marine Corps, the Army, grandfathers. My grandmother was in the Marine Corps back during World War II. She passed away a few years ago. But yeah, my grandmother's a World War II veteran of the Marine Corps. So yeah, she was badass, man, no doubt about it. And yeah, somebody would crack that old school joke like, your grandmother wears combat boots. It's like she did, and you might want to mind your manners because she's apt to stomp your skull in with those combat boots. So good luck with that. You're on your own, pal. Yeah, but she was the sweetest grandmother in the world. But when you upset her, the Marine Corps would show out of her for sure. What else we got going on? Oh, B&A took off. Later, dingus. Or was he talking to somebody else? Oh, okay. I saw your comment later, dingus. Um, yeah, that's some '90s lingity there. Ask me how I know. Um, yeah, Pat, what are you carrying today, man? I have been looking into some Spyderco folders some more though. I'm definitely digging the Shaman. I don't know I think it's a pair of two. The Manix one, it's similar to the Shaman. Kind of like some stuff like that. Like I'm looking for like a field folder maybe next year. Well, that's what it is. If I have one folder a year, I don't have to worry about it. Oh, B&A was just talking. Oh, all right. Yeah, I missed it. Yeah, Spyderco Bodacious and TRM tag along fixed blade. Oh, nice. Yeah, I still got to check out those. The TRM, that's the one that's out of Massachusetts, right? TRM Knife Company, they're out of Mass. Like 100% USA made. I've got to check them out. Um, Wait, yeah, because they make folders too, right? Yeah, my favorite folder is a silky saw. Man, silky saws are awesome. That's something I might fill in a couple blanks. I got a couple open spots in my silky saw collection. I'll call that one a collection. I don't have a knife collection. Yeah, I do. Whatever. Maybe it's not, but definitely a silky saw collection. I've got like the standard 210, the Gomboy 210, the Big Boy 360. One of my favorites in my introduction to Silky was the Zubot 330 Fixie. Yeah, love that thing. Now they've got the ultimate version out, which comes in like OD and black. That's on my top of list of things to do for sure. And I gotta get in on that Nada. I just missed out, man. They had a steal of a deal. It was like $67 and change for the original Nada. The Outback version is like 132. So yeah, I've got a few things I want to fill in on my Silky. And then there's that complete other company, Sulik 46, and they make a skeletonized like a custom frame. It holds the Silky blade, but it's a skeletonized handle and stuff. And they've got the Pocket Boy 130 and the Gomboy 240, which pretty perfect combo right there. Like I like the 170 and the 240, but I think the 130 and the 240 would be just as nice. And the skeletonized, I know the 130 they even have a carbon fiber version where the skeletonized sides are carbon fiber. It's still like standard metal hardware, and then yeah, it's got a Silky 130 blade on it. Yeah, met the owners, good blue collar people, very nicely machined, nice with titanium liners and hardware. Yeah, yeah, B&A. I might check them out. Do you have any of their folders or just a fixed blade? Like, is there anybody we know that has TRM folders? I know shit isn't TCal's coming out with a folder, aren't they? I think I saw that on there. I think he's doing a GoFundMe or something for that. Um, oh, you have three of their folders? Yeah, you're up there in pieces too, though, right? You've got like 35, 40 knives, at least something like that. I think I've got yeah, what is that? I've got like 13 now or something altogether. Oh, right on, Irish John. Welcome back to the chat. No worries. Yeah, hey man, real life is still happening around us. No worries if you got to take a call, brother. You're here most of the time anyhow, so yeah, we definitely appreciate you being here. And life still happens outside of the interwebs, that's for certain. I think one of the difficult things to find at a reasonable price is a full tang hatchet. Yeah, full tang hatchets. That's something that's hard to find. I did have a really good one. I really liked it. But yeah, I came across some hard times and ended up selling it. I was like Outland Equipment in Mount Vernon, New Hampshire. But I don't think they're making the things anymore, which sucks. That really sucks. Yeah, we'll get. Oh, Estwing makes one. Yeah, but doesn't theirs look like hammers? I don't know. See, it's got to be aesthetically appealing too. Wow, call me a snob, right? Um, being I have one of their full size axes, I got it for like $5 at a flea market. Yeah, I know. Oh, was it Spyderco came out with one? Yeah, Spyderco came out with a like a full tang tomahawk thing, but it's like $800. No, it wasn't Spyderco. My bad. I think it was Extrema Ratio. Yeah, Extrema Ratio came out with a full tang one, but man, it was like $803. I'm like, how did you come up with that price? Like, why $803? I think hawks definitely have a place. I like the idea of being able to make a field expedient handle. Yeah, but that's the whole thing, ground fog. If you have a full tang one, you don't have to worry about that in theory, I guess. I guess you could still somehow break it, but it's just like way less likely that you'll break it. You know. We'll get some more knives out here because I still have Oh yeah, yeah. This is actually the other half of this. Um, yeah, this is the Tier One Mini Gen 2. That was the Gen out during 2019. Which yeah, eventually. Oh, I gotta grab that one too. Right? Isn't this a problem to have? I've got too many knives to deal with, my man. Um, yeah. So this is the Tier One Mini Gen 2 on the left, and this is the Tier One Mini Gen 3 on the right. So he made some pretty major changes to it. I definitely like the Gen 3. I like them both, but I like the improvements that he made um, with the Gen 3. The differences between the two. Yeah, really, really sweet stuff. And I'm not sure when or where or what's going on with it, but at some point there's supposed to be some folders in there. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure how he's doing on that. I haven't talked to him in a while. I know. Yeah, he deals with a lot of health issues. Like I said, he was diagnosed years ago with Parkinson's. So I'm sure that interferes with a lot of what he's trying to do. Yeah, yeah, they're ugly and cheap. Yeah, spot on with that, Pat. Um, yeah, I'm processing a lot of wood. A boy's axe is hard to beat. Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, there's always, I guess it's the same thing as the EDC world, you know? Like, if you know you're going to be beating the crap out of your folder, yeah, hey, don't buy like premium, you know, buy something that's you can beat on, and if you break it, whatever, it doesn't matter. You can get another one for 40 bucks. Yeah, the same is true with, I think that's all tools, every and all tools, you know? I have a Council Toolboys axe. It's grade 28 inches. Yeah, I've looked at some of the Council tools. In fact, they're the ones that they've got a survivalist hatchet that they Corporal's Corner's got his signature on a version of it. Like they got his signature version. Yeah, Fiskar splitting axe. Is that yeah? And but that's a synthetic handle, right? Is that synthetic or wood? Because I've noticed that's one of the things with the synthetic handles. Like I never had one break on me. I've gone through a few. But yeah, when they do break, they're just broken. There's not much you can do to repair it. Yeah, the Council Tool Backpacker is a cool one. I'm not sure if they still make that model. I was just checking over that recently. Yeah, yeah, Pat, that was the same time I asked you about hardcore hammers. And you were like 119 bucks for a hammer. I was actually looking at the hatchets. Um that's who I'm thinking. Yeah. Yeah, so I had that I just misspoke. Um yeah, it's not Council Tools that Corporal's Corner has their thing through. It's Hardcore Hammer. And I don't know, their survivalist hatchet or it kind of looks more like a roofer's axe, but they call it a survivalist hatchet. Not sure how to take that one, but yeah, I've definitely looked into some of the Council tools. Might look have a second look in there because I would like to get a US. Like I love Granfers Brooks. I think they make a great tool, but I think it would be even better to get like a made in the USA tool. So yeah, I know it's a different build and everything, but yeah, something I'm looking into. So because I was looking into also like the Granfers Brooks small forest axe and the Scandinavian forest axe. But then at the same time, I was like, oh, well, you know, let's look for U.S. makers. So, yeah, Council Tools is something both of them, Council Tools and Hardcore Hammers. I've looked at both of them. Um, have you checked out Warwood Tools? They're all made out of old munitions that have been demilled. Well, that sounds cool. Robert, real shit, I have Brussels sprouts, but I don't have the heart to tell my wife. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta tell her, man. If she loves you, she'll understand. Um, yeah, you just what like if it makes you miserable, it's just gonna make you miserable around her too. So yeah, you just got to tell her like I'm gonna pass on the Brussels sprouts. You know, like it's a no go in my book. Um, Council tool, 19-inch woodcraft axe. Yeah, 191 bucks. Yeah, so that's yeah, that would be comparable to like the Granfors Brooks small forest axe. There's a spot on at 19. Um, I do like the Granfors Brooks the wildlife hatchet though. That's the whole thing. Like I've kind of invested. It doesn't matter. You know, I guess you could do whatever. I think Council Tools. I think they were missing a smaller hatchet like that. Um, or maybe it was Hardcore Hammers. I've looked at a lot of kit. Like I said, I've definitely been doing a lot of research in what I bring to the channel and why I bring it to the channel. So I do need more. Robert, man, just a multivitamin, man. Yeah, have another steak. Need to get a hatchet. Yeah, I mean, ironically, like a hatchet's probably my third use tool. Like, definitely first use is going to be like your fixed blade knife. Like that's kind of like the go-to. Number two for me is actually a saw. I am way more apt to use a saw than I am a hatchet, and just the way it is. And in fact, I stopped carrying a hatchet for years because I would use a saw. Like if I wanted to buck stuff up for firewood or whatever, I would use a saw to buck it up, and then I would never get like any real big stuff, and I would just baton it with my knife. But it's not, you know. So that's kind of, and then the other stuff I'd like to get into is some woodworking chisels and carving tools and stuff. I'd like to take a hand at that, have some fun with it, get some quality tools and go out and have some fun. But yeah, so I'm more apt to carry like a decent sized knife, a hatchet, and then if I need a bigger saw, I would use like a big boy 360. Or for a lot of years, I just used the Silky Zubot 330, and that thing was freaking great to me. Yeah, Robert, I agree. Yeah, whittling your own spoon would be fun, and that's what it would be. It would be fun. I just don't see the practicality in it. Um, I saw a video the other day on a guy whittling a spoon, and the big deal was it was he did it in 20 minutes because reality it's going to take most of us quite a while. If you're gonna actually sit there and hand carve a spoon and it's going to be useful without getting slivers or something. It just makes more sense to like throw a titanium spoon in my kit and be like done with it. The less I have to do, the more time I can spend doing stuff that I have to do. So yeah, rather than spending an hour whittling a spoon, and that's just if there's one person. Yeah, I could be fishing or actively doing something. Um, I tell any prospective lady friends that I don't eat Brussels sprouts. I won't ever. There's things I do for love, but eating Brussels sprouts and removing wallpaper are not going to happen. There you go, man. Yeah, just be upfront about it, and yeah, complete understanding. Yeah. So what else have we got going on? Yeah, yeah, but and that's the whole thing. Like, in order to whittle a spoon, you pretty much need a spoon knife. I mean, you're really not. I guess you could figure out a way to do with your knife, or you could grind some sand. I don't know, whatever. But you're carrying enough tools to do it. You might as well just carry a couple of damn spoons. It's probably lighter. Like I guarantee you, the two spoons I have weigh like substantially less than a spoon carving knife. We had bacon wrapped scallops, but she cooked the sprouts in the bacon fat, and they're actually real damn. Oh, there you go, Robert. Yeah, mask it with bacon grease. That I think that changes the game altogether, man. Like, yeah, that's like putting your dog's medication in their food. Like they're taking their medicine even though they normally wouldn't. but you had to hide it in their food. That's the same thing. You're hiding the Brussels sprouts and delicious bacon flavor. So that's a game changer for sure. A much better skill is if you have a spoon and you can use it to make a knife with. Problem solved. If you pretend you're dropping food, you can drop a bill. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's definitely a game changer there, Rob. Yeah, even Mylar Mick agrees. That is priceless. Um, and most dogs will absolutely eat them. Yeah, hey, men, and some of us men are no different than dogs. We really are. Um, yeah, how's it go? Oh, I can't say that on YouTube. That'll get me in trouble for sure. Um, yeah, that's well, hey, I actually caught myself there. Good for me. I probably just would have gotten another live demonetized or whatever for you can't say stupid stuff on YouTube. I think it would have been funny. I guess I'm weird. I like Brussels sprouts, especially with a little bit of garlic and butter. Yeah, hey man, each their own. I'm not a huge fan of like broccoli. Like I'm not a broccoli or spinach or something, but I don't mind like carrots and corn and some other stuff. But yeah, not a broccoli fan. I don't know, just not. I'm not a forager. I'm more of a hunter type. I'm more of a like I'll take protein over carbs any day of the week. Oh, we got all sorts of mess going on. I thought I was gonna keep it simple this week, but I ended up with all the stuff out. Yeah, food is like man, I think the most confusing food out there. Mashed potatoes. What do you do with it? Like I mean, how many people chew their mashed potatoes? I mean, it really doesn't need to be done. But people still or you just like put it in with a spoon and swallow it because it's already like in a chewed condition, very well chewed condition. It's been mashed. Doesn't get much more like chewed than mashed. I mean, even if it got done with a some metal kitchen utensil. But yeah, what do you do with mashed potatoes? Do you chew them or do you just like throw them in there and swallow? Endless freaking debate. Like ask that. Sit like we just missed Thanksgiving. But yeah, it just even watching other people eat mashed potatoes, I often like. Do you chew those mashed potatoes or you just swallow them? Because I don't eat mashed potatoes anymore because I just don't want to deal with it. Like that's the world I live in. Like I'll eat like baked potatoes or like all kind like I don't roasted potatoes or even French fries, tater tots. But yeah, like I said, baked potatoes or like you can cut them up and I don't know, but just not. I just don't do mashed potatoes anymore. I just got sick of the issue. Yeah, Robert. Now you're gonna think it's one of those things. Like now it's in your head. You're gonna like ask your friends. Like, what do you do? What's the appropriate thing to do? Do you chew mashed potatoes? Pointless, waste of time. Doesn't need to be done. Or do you just swallow the mashed potatoes and you're just a savage? Like you don't chew your food. What's wrong with you? Uh, you thought about or the duck eggs they eat in the Philippines with a baby duck inside fermented. Pat, where did that come from? Yeah, I know what you're talking about. But did you mashed potatoes to chomping on baby ducks? That escalated really fast. Um, do you chew or swallow? Yeah, there you go. Chaos has to chew because there's so much bacon in there. But if there were no bacon, that would be the confusing part. I'm gonna agree. Hash browns are better, but I think that's more like an eggs thing. I don't think hash browns really go with waffles or potatoes. I mean, waffles or potatoes are that's a head mess. Pancakes or waffles, not hash browns, but yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, hash browns like homemade hash browns done right, like those are the best. Those oversized tater tots like you get at the grocery store, McFatties, not hash browns. Um, the tiny apocalypse bug out bag may just contain very basic stuff that don't make you look like a prepper. Yeah, in fact, you can. Yeah, Ole Hansen, you can use man, just a small whatever. Yeah, like don't. you don't have to go out like full cupcake commando, or like you're gonna, like through hike the Appalachian Trail and the Pacific Crest Trail at the same time. Um, yeah, man, just an average day bag. Depends on where you live. Like around here, like you'd be hard pressed to survive on a minimalist thing. This time, like the high today was 19 degrees. That sucks. We really need to plant some palm trees up here in New Hampshire and sort out this weather, because that's just like, so yeah, you're not going by. But if I were in Florida, I could have a day pack with like a footprint for a tent, a small silica style tarp, and yeah, maybe like a Heliocontech Swagman roll or something. You're golden. You could do it in a small EDC pack for sure. But yeah, the whole gray man thing without looking like a gray man, because a gray man thing, now you look like a gray man. It's just instead of your pants being multicam, you get them in like OD or Coyote or something. Um, oh, the ballistic knife. I've seen those, man. That's isn't that the Russian knives? Those things are something special. I haven't only eat the eggs with the baby duck. That's good. Yeah, I'm gonna pass on the baby duck one. I just not my thing. Do you have any opinions on Boker that are made in Solon in Germany? I picked up a Quakin compact magnet. Yeah, man. Everything I've ever heard about Boker knives is good. I don't think I've heard anything really bad about Boker knives. Most of what comes out of Germany is really good quality stuff. You can get a pretty good loadout into a JanSport backpack if you pack right. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, JanSport, or just some basic like Osprey or something like that. North Face pack. North Face makes a lot of EDC stuff now. Yeah, North Face definitely caters a lot to the yuppie crowd. So yeah, it's all stuff branding that you would see on a normal basis, like within a city. Like it's not uncommon to see people walking around with like North Face or Osprey packs or anything like that. But yeah, maybe you might not want to go with like the multicam Everly stock, or something. Mystery Ranch might be a little off key. Got every Arab coming to the states to bring a glass box of sunshine. Oh yeah, Mylar Mick. Yeah, we've yeah, way too many of that going on. You're right, man. Um, I don't know. They're going into Minneapolis. They're supposed to be cleaning out some of them. Like yeah, I guess they're sending ice in, and they're gonna try to collect and deport as many of them as possible. 'Cause there's like 50% of them here that have done their paperwork, did their paperwork fraudulently. So they just would have been better off not doing the paperwork. It's 79 right now in the wonderful island of Puerto Rico. Nice, nice. Yeah, so yeah, we're 60 degrees shy of that. That's kind of a bummer, but hey man, my ice will stay better longer than yours. Like I can definitely have a tasty cold beverage in the morning and it'll stay that way all day. Like you're not going to do that in 79 degrees. Maybe an hour or two, it's kind of going to be like your ice will be melted for sure. So yeah, that's the benefit to freezing your ass all days. You have better ice retention. Um, yeah. Yeah, the crazy. Yeah, they already started doing their show of power in New York. Doing the loud and obnoxious call to prayer. I guess which they don't even do that in their own country, from what people are saying. They go to a mosque and they do their prayer there. But when they're like doing their show of power, yeah, they like to get a couple thousand people together in some New York City park and sing Holly Baba, whatever it is. Like they're doing their thing. I think it's rude. Ironically, we don't say like the Pledge of Allegiance anymore because a certain demographics of people found the, one nation under God. Well, it mentions God. You can't say it anymore. So we can't say the Pledge of Allegiance because it mentions God at the end. But they can have their call to prayer 5 times a day and nobody's offended by that. Like, come on, get out of here. Like, I think it's rude. I don't want to listen to anybody's prayers, to be honest. Um, like, yeah, that's like up until like if people wanted to pray, they went to church or something. And people have I met some people along my travels that were like, "Do you mind if I say a prayer for you, for your safe travels and stuff?" And but they gave me the option. I could say yes or no. Um, so it'd be nice if they gave everybody the option. But no, what they're doing is just a show of power, and yeah, their intentions are clear. If you do a little bit of research on it, it's not hard to find what their intentions are. They're very clear about it, and it's something that Americans need to start taking more seriously. And yeah, we need to deport the problem. I hope you enjoyed yourself and come back soon. I wish the Pakistanis were bringing sunshine with them over here. They bring all the crazy stuff. Yeah. Well, it's a good way to look at it is like I come from a skydiving background, right? So if we're at the drop zone and we got a bunch of skydivers around, right? But we have a big open landing area, big green, huge, massive area. Like maybe like 15 acres of open area. That's because not everybody in skydiving can land on a dime. Some people it takes a half a mile. But anyhow, I digress. Yeah, so you got a drop zone with a whole bunch of skydivers, but they see our big lawn, and so a bunch of soccer players come out and they start playing soccer. But then when they have enough room for like a second soccer game, so they bring out like two more teams of soccer players. Now, eventually, the soccer players outweigh the freaking skydivers. So is that still a skydive center or is that a soccer field? If it eventually it outnumbers it, it becomes a soccer field. It's no longer a landing area. So yeah, if you allow too many soccer players in your landing area, the skydivers will have no place to play anymore. So yeah, don't let too many soccer players into the country, I guess is what I'm saying. Um, I guess I need to go to New York and switch their tape for who rocked the Casbah. Yeah, screw that. This country was founded on God. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but they're already going around the stores and everything. Like, yeah, the you got Muslims going to stores saying, you can't sell scratch tickets because it's gambling. You can't sell alcohol because what do they call it? Harab, hubah, whatever. I don't care. But they're totally against it. You can't sell pork products. You can't sell alcohol. Yeah, and it's like, okay, I get it. You want to do your thing, but that's what America is about. Like, I don't care what religious group is doing what in their church. Like as long as it's like legal. Like they're not like beating up little kids or something. That would be totally wrong. But yeah, man. If you want to go to your local church and do your prayers and all, hey, more power to you. I'll never say anything about it. Um, but it's when you start coming out of your church and you start telling me how I'm going to do everything. No, that's where we're going to have problems. Like just because you don't want to eat pork doesn't mean I shouldn't. I've dealt with this firsthand in my life. I had to share some housing in Florida with somebody they hired. And he happened to be Muslim, and he comes into the staff house telling us we can't have pork products. You can't, we can't drink. What are you kidding, dude? So yeah, we had to have some serious conversation with the dude. I did, and I'm like, look, man, you go do your thing wherever the hell. Like, it's not happening on my shift. Like, you're not coming in here telling us we can't drink, we can't have pork products. You know, dude, sorry, man. But and who are they to talk? Bunch of yeah. Anyhow. Yeah, our cultures are not compatible. Tolerance is not a virtue. Exactly. And don't fall for that Islamophobia stuff. It has zero meaning. Like, yeah, the cultures, they're not compatible. Not even remotely. And that's the whole thing. Like, Americans are like suicidally empathetic. They really are. Um, the the just the concept that we're gonna fix the whole world and we're gonna bring all the problems here is just ridiculous. Um, it is what it is. We can't fix everything, and we sure as hell shouldn't feel sorry for everybody that come. Like, why the hell did you come here if you hate America? Like, that's one of the questions I have to ask. That crap is run rampant, and it's unforgivable at this point. It's a free country. You're free to leave. But yeah, coming into our country telling us like we're gonna, they've gotten away with it so many other places. It makes sense, right? Like, yeah, they got away with it, and like look at France, Paris, France. Um, yeah, look at London. Yeah, Germany, Sweden, the whole nine yards. Some of the countries are actually starting to catch on to it and be like, all right, enough is enough. But I don't think they're going to end it. I think the super elites, they want to run stuff. Like, it's going to turn into like the Hunger Games. Like, they're going to have colonies, regional colonies that produce certain amounts, and you're going to get to keep a certain amount, and the rest of it goes towards the big billionaire city, which they are building. It's just Yeah, I think they just play us back and forth. They don't want everybody to revolt, so once people start speaking up too much, they kind of back off on it a little bit. But then when it changes because they, put 10 other things in front of you to pay attention to, they start bringing it back. Or like they're flying them in at 2 a.m. Special midnight flights and stuff like that, flying in illegals. It's just all ridiculous. Yeah, it's all by design. The only possible way out is for the common man to wake the fuck up. I hate all of it. Yeah, yeah, ground fog. I'm with you, brother. 110%. Um, but then, yeah, what do you? The second somebody tries to speak up about it, like if people try to organize, they show up and shut them down. Like I guarantee you, I'm on a list just from this channel. I promise you that. Um, First rule of Fight Club. Yeah, exactly. But they made it hard to contact people without that. Like everything is through cellular. They record everything. Yeah, that's probably why. Like, how many people do you know still have a landline? Like, I haven't had a landline in like 20 years. Um, yeah, I'm an American, but I'm an Italian heritage. I stick them in the back, right on Joe Mac. Yeah. Um, yeah. I think I'm supposed to like condone that behavior and be like, oh no, that's bad. For YouTube politics or something. But yeah, only one side. Yeah, yeah, BNA. Yeah, only one side. But man, that's what it is. And they always like they work on everybody's like social status, empathy. They kind of like go together. Like nobody wants to be the bad person in the crowd. Nobody wants to be called the racist, the biggest, the Nazis, the fascist, um, the transphobe, the homophobe, the arachnophobe. Nobody really wants to be labeled with any of that stuff. So, and that's why as soon as you start saying something that makes sense, like if you start like saying that, Islam just isn't compatible with all societies, they'll just you're an Islamophobic or xenophobe or whatever they want to call it. Same thing if you say anything about the tiny hat people. Well, it's anti-Semitic. No, I'm just asking questions. They abuse it so much. Like look, hey, now they're finding out like billions of dollars have been stolen through Obamacare. Now, when they had first talked about that, like it was a social thing, and people asked me about it, and I said, no, I think that mandatory health care, like the way they're running it, is just not good because those that can afford it, it's going to jack up the rates. It's going to cost everybody more. The quality of service is going to go down. And they immediately say, oh, it's because Obama's president, you're racist. I'm like, no, it had nothing to do with that. It has to do with it's a shit policy. Like, and I strongly disagree with it. Nothing about that makes me a racist. I just disagreed with the policy. But because it wasn't what they wanted to hear, I wasn't in agreement with them, then they try to, like, call me a racist and a bigot and a Nazi and blah, 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 just because it's not the case. And the same is true with the land of the tiny hat people. 99% of what people are doing isn't anti Semitic. Asking questions, looking for answers, is not anti Semitic. But the second you question like, what's going on over there? Oh, you're anti-Semitic, no, I'm not really. But yeah, it's the way things are now, and they've got everybody brainwashed into thinking that everything you say has to be politically correct, and you have to be in complete agreement with them. And if you disagree with them slightly, then we can't be friends anymore. Like that's how the whole divide and conquer shit works. Like they've got everybody arguing over absolutely everything. Most people are doing so uninformed, which is the sad part. Yeah, it's just to create chaos. Meanwhile, they're off, bankrolling $1 billion in Minneapolis with a bunch of illegal Somalians. Heather Starr, not much. What's up with you? How are you doing this fine evening? Um, Rag wouldn't last 5 minutes in Puerto Rico, and I'm glad. Yeah, yeah. No religion compensates for common sense. Regular oil changes on the cars advised. Exactly. Yeah, J.D. Delaney showed videos of the Friends protesting the Muslims, and the cops didn't do anything. Oh yeah, in Minneapolis, it's because yeah they're all corrupt. Um, all the all the cops out there are part of the Islam invasion. So yeah, they in fact they go after the guys that like yeah if you get attacked by some of them, they'll go after you rather than going after the people that attacked you. It's that like the whole society is working in reverse of how it should. Yeah, humans are tribal without the process, a dominant hierarchy. Sign me up for that tribal. Yeah, yeah, and it's yeah, it's been going on for like as long as known history. So yeah, human beings are going to be tribal. People are gonna bond together. I mean, we do it. People inadvertently started doing it in like junior high. You know, like which lunch table are you sitting at? Maybe even grammar school. You know, but I think high school is where it really starts to get tribal. You know, because you've got the athletes and the jocks that sit over here, and the geeks and the nerds at this table, and then you know the skateboarders have this other table, and then yeah, everybody's got their own little thing, and then you got some idiot rock climber cyclist like me that just diddly bops around trying to make friends with everybody. Um, but yeah, well, I'm fine, but I'm ready for Christmas. My old work friend William Steins has a butterfly knife. Well, I'm fine, but I'm ready for. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think we're getting ready for Christmas. We're definitely gonna have a happy Christmas. We're not doing that. It's a winter festival or, happy holiday. No, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Yeah, pulled pork sandwiches for everyone. But yeah, yeah, ground fog. I think you're spot on with that. And that's the whole thing. I think that immigration without assimilation is just an invasion. Like it's a soft invasion. It's a quiet invasion. It's not, like landing amphibious vehicles on the beach and storming the beach with rifles. No, they're just gradually taking over. Like they're taking advantage of the way our legal system works by moving. Like Minneapolis is a great example, and in New York City now, they're moving massive groups of these immigrants of one sort of mindset into any given area, and then they're running for office. And somehow we're not voting these people in. The immigrants are voting them in. Which is crazy. I need an ID to, buy a drink or buy a pack of cigarettes, or you got to be 18 to buy a lottery ticket. You're going to show an ID, but to go in and vote for leadership of this country, oh no, IDs are racist. Get out of here with that crap. Yeah, corned beef is not Irish food, right? Right, Irish. And Gavin there, if you come to Ireland, don't tell us what percentage of Irish we are. We don't care. Um, when is the season for tornadoes and when is it safe? Hanson, the season for tornadoes in New Hampshire doesn't exist. We have one randomly that comes through every 8 to 10 years to say hello. But yeah, isn't it usually? It's usually at the cross of the seasons, like throughout shift. Spring and summer, summer and fall. Like when you go from a hot temperature to a cold. That's usually yeah. So spring and fall. I know like hurricane season is in the fall. I think Trump's going to get rid of all the trash, of all them before this is all over. Man, I hope he does. I really do. Yeah, like what they've done to this country is just ridiculous. Yeah, this mass immigration caused a lot. It has a lot to do with hyperinflation. It has a lot to do with rental costs going up. Supply and demand. It's dividing America because there's a huge lot of us that are like, I'm not paying taxes for this. Like I don't qualify for anything. And then we find it repulsive. Like we have veterans that are homeless, but some illegal immigrant that isn't worth a squat is staying in a 5-star hotel while we got veterans sleeping on the street. You got Americans that living out of their cars because they can't afford rent anymore. Like, sorry, if you're working a 40-hour a week, you should be able to like survive on the economy. I get it. There's always going to be irresponsible people and whatnot, but that's not the case anymore. You got a lot of hardworking people working 40, 50, 60 hours a week. And depending on their location, they can't afford rent. Like rent used to be 10 to 15% of your income. Now it's like 50, 60% of it. Sometimes more. Um, but yeah, there's a lot going on. I guess he's sending in a bunch of people into Minneapolis, and they're supposed to be taking a lot of them out. But like New York, yeah, New York City. There's over 7,000 illegals in jail for committing crimes, and they won't hand them over. Like they're in jail for crimes they committed. They should be deported. But New York City is harboring them. So for that reason, yeah, I think they under those circumstances, yeah, the government does need to step in and change the New York City government. If they're going to harbor 7,000 illegal immigrants from deportation, then yeah, the judge, whoever's responsible for that, if they can be deported, deport them. If they're legal, like if they're U.S. citizens, that I don't make offer them the option of moving someplace else, or give them jail sentences as well. Like, okay, so you're basically you're committing treason. You can exile yourself and you'll never come back, or you can spend the rest of your life in prison. And I guarantee a lot of this crap would stop. That's how you know, like the government's not going to stop it because there's too many people profiting off of it. I mean, like they're estimating Minneapolis, they lost between $1 and $2 billion of taxpayer money that gets scammed out of it for multiple different scamming things, from like fake autism stuff to Social Security from people that are deceased. They're collecting the checks. Like it's just endless. They were feeding kids like 18,000 meals a week or a month or whatever, but they weren't serving anybody. They were just collecting all that money. Um, yeah, if you're from New York looking to move to Florida, we have hurricanes and violent storms every other day. Flying alligators and mosquitoes so big, they'll take your dog right. And don't forget chaos. If the alligators don't get you and the mosquitoes don't get you, there's the no-see-ums. The no-see-ums will like just they'll find you, and you can't see them. That's why they're called no-see-ums, and they're 10 times more vicious than any mosquito on the planet. And yeah, they will destroy you. And while you're fighting off the no-see-ums, you'll probably end up stepping on a red ant hill, and the red ants are going to attack you and bite you. Oh yeah, yeah, no, yeah, Mylar make it's. I mean, Florida's extremely dangerous to live um, for certain people, like the outdoorsy kind of right-minded people. We're fine down there. We do absolutely well. It's the leftist libtard kind of people that can't handle it. You're like, oh my god, I get bit by a bug. um, yeah, the love bugs down there too. Yeah, yeah, totally. Yeah, there's I miss Florida. I like you know why? You know what you'll never do in Florida either. You'll never have to shovel a foot of snow out of the driveway, like when you're sick, like I did this week. That was an absolute suck fest. Um, yeah, we gotta end this snow in New Hampshire. Like everybody, come to New Hampshire and plant palm trees. I'm pretty sure it's the palm trees that keep the snow away. But I'm not. We need to do the research on it. So, but yeah, the you'll never have to shovel snow when you live in Florida. It's a great thing. Pat, you know all about shoveling snow. I know you do. Being up there in New York in your area. Do you are you close enough to get any of the lake effect snow or just standard snow? Like yeah, I know I was upstate Watertown, Fort Drum, and the snow drifts would go up like over the second story window of the barracks, and we would actually jump out the third floor window into the snow drift. HOA footprints in the snow. Um, there was snow in upstate Florida last year. What? Yeah, somebody left the ice machine open or something. No, I think you're right. Wasn't there? There was a dusting of snow or something, but you didn't have to shovel it. Like I guarantee you, that was gone before brunch. It does like for a couple days a year in Florida, it'll go below freezing. Because there'll be a huge announcement over the PA system. Like when I worked at Skydive to Land, like they had a huge announcement, like attention all skydivers and guests. Florida will be participating in winter this year. It'll be held on Friday and Saturday. Thank you for paying attention. So yeah, it's easy to deal with that. What about white snow? Or oh yeah, Florida. For it only snows on mirrors and glass tabletops. I'm like a half mile from the lake shore. The lake effect snow usually just goes past us, but we get bombed too. Yeah, but you know what it's like. You've been out. You've spent at least a half a day out there at some point in your life. Like at least a half a day just doing snow removal, right? Yeah, there was snow in Florida all year round. We just don't measure it in just measuring grams. Yeah, always windy and drifty. Yeah. Yeah, man, I've done that. Man, in fact, it was a few years ago. We had a bunch of ice in the driveway, and Mrs. Bushcraft was like, when she was leaving for work, I had the day off, so I went out there, and she's like, "Oh, what are you gonna do?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm gonna chop some of the ice out of the driveway." And when she got out of work, I was still chopping ice in the driveway. Like I spent the entire day chopping ice out of the driveway. Just yeah, it's good workout though. It saves some money going to the gym, but. Used to do snow removal for 10 years. Yeah, B&A. That's the only perk to snow. I don't know. It doesn't really exist anymore. I don't know. I'm like full grown and stuff. But yeah, snow removal, man. Like I financed a lot of stupid stuff I did as like a kid and a teenager, shoveling snow. Like you can make some bank if you can sling a shovel all day. You don't mind walking around the neighborhood. Yeah, man, I started shoveling like sidewalks or like walkways and driveways and stuff. And then, yeah, I was like 15 and I started doing a bunch of snow removal off of mobile homes, by myself. I fell off the roof a couple times, man, walked away like perfectly fine. But yeah, I made bank, yeah, shoveling off roofs and stuff. Yeah, a girl I was dating in high school, her mom lived there. And she's like, "Oh, how much, you like how much to shovel the roof?" I'm like, "I don't know how much you usually pay." And I was like, "Get out of here." Yeah, like 150, $200 for like a single wide, and then it was like 250, 300 for a double wide. And yeah, you just start at the ridge and just plow the snow right off. A couple times I had a problem stopping at the end, just went right over, man, but it's only a mobile home. Yeah, so I started working on my PLF when I was like parachute landing fall when I was like in high school. Yeah, even the camper parking places are like 800 to 1,000 a month. Yeah. Bush, we need to get you a sign. We'll shovel for gear. Dude, I totally meant like rock climbing gear paid for with shoveling snow, man. A lot of kayaking gear I paid for shoveling snow. Yeah, man, it was like yeah, it was a good time back then. Like being a young teenager in New Hampshire, like we got a lot more snow than we do now. But yeah, man, I financed a lot of gear, a lot of rock climbing gear. Rock climbing gear ain't cheap either. But yeah, man. And the sad part is, I would like bust my butt off for like a solid day, 2 days, doing nothing but shoveling, man. I just went to, there used to be a place on Elm Street called All Outdoors in Manchester, New Hampshire. And that was my number one like gear store. And yeah, I would buy camping gear there. I would buy rock climbing gear there. They ended up getting into like some mountain bikes and kayaking. Yeah, shoveled my fair share of roofs. Yeah, there. Hey, B&A, and now like while you're shoveling the roof, pay attention. There might be a Leatherman Way Plus up there. Just saying. Bush, we need to get you a sign. Well, yeah, yeah. Even the camper parking is. Yeah, I bought my snow blower shoveling snow. I bought my first dirt bike shoveling snow. Yeah, exactly, man. Yeah, and I know tons and tons of people that can say the same thing. But now, like, I'm not gonna lie, man. There's been a few times. Well, now I don't have the money to pay somebody, but there's been a few times I went out there shoveling. Like, man, I'm hoping some kids with shovels walk by because I could easily part away with 50 or $60 and just bring my ass back in the house. Especially when I first moved up here, and yeah, like 16 winters in a row in Florida, not seeing snow, like not more than a couple days of moderately cold weather to like being smack dab in New Hampshire again, like in the driveway shoveling. I was like, how did I do this? I didn't think this all the way through, I'll tell you. But yeah, man, not a single kid. Like, I was out there slow as hell shoveling. No kids coming around looking to shovel nothing. Like, you couldn't, I don't know. They were all They were all geeking out on the interweb video games. So yeah. Oh yeah, it's a snow day. They just, they geek out to Call of Duty for the next 18 hours. Like I guess that's why luckily I hit another roof on the way down and only fell 15 feet. Well, yeah, Pat, if that's not luck, I don't know what is. If falling off a roof and landing on another roof isn't luck, then yeah, man. You must have had your lucky crystals with you, right? I think I think lucky day would be I almost fell off a roof, but I didn't. Um, but yeah, hey, that's why men have more fun because if it didn't break you seriously, then it was nothing but fun. And even if you got broken sometimes, it was worth laughing at. Um, Bruised my heels took months to heal. Oh yeah, yeah, bruised heels will mess with you, man. I know quite a few people that have had that. Yeah. You're delusional thinking that kids are actually gonna be out in the snow trying to make money at this age. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know, man. I was like I said before, I've been in a time warp. I ended up living on the drop zone and you live where you work, no need to go anywhere. And yeah, you just work continuous hours. People bring me stuff, so I really didn't need to go anywhere. So I missed a whole bunch of stuff. Like yeah, that's one of it is yeah. Kids are not gonna go out there and like I could make some extra money shoveling. Like we would be up and down the street, like like just if there was somebody with a hadn't touched their driveway yet, we'd go up and make them an offer, like hey, $60 and we'll get rid of the snow for you. You can enjoy your hot cocoa or whatever. In fact, my great grandmother back when I was a kid, here's a funny one. She had like some slight dementia going on. But so my grandfather's mother, obviously she's not out there shoveling. My grandfather's not going to go out there shoveling, but he would drop me off. Usually just me too. I was the only one that really kind of did it. Um, but she had this massive walkways, a whole lot, like a whole estate kind of, and I would shovel it all by myself. And when I was done, she'd like let Grammy know that you're all done and stuff like that, and then I'd call my grandfather for a ride. Well, she would always have some cookies and some hot chocolate, best hot chocolate in the world, by the way. Like not that powdered crap. It was like she made hot chocolate like with milk and chocolate. Um, but then for doing all that work, I'm talking like the walkway's like 120, 130 feet, driveways just as long, stairs front, back, side. And she would award me like for doing such a good job with like 50 cents because she had like it's at some point she just dismissed inflation. So yeah, I would put in a half a day's work for 50 cents, some hot chocolate and like a muffin and some cookies. And but my grandfather would pick me up and he'd go, "How much you get paid this time?" I'd be like 50 cents, man, like a whole 2 quarters. Like that's gonna do anything. And yeah, my grandfather would turn around and give me like 80 or $100 for doing it. But he's always like, just take whatever she gives you and be respectful. She's older, she doesn't understand the current economy and everything. But yeah, yeah, my great grandmother, who she ended up living to like 102, 103 years old. Um, yeah, she was born like like I think it was like 1895, 1896, something like that. Yeah, because she ended up passing in like I was like 90. Yeah, she passed in 96, so she was born in like 1893 or something like that. Um, Mine's broken. It's hard to. Who could fix? It's very rare to see. Oh yeah, yeah. Being you live out there in the country, like yeah, there's no walking around town, huh? Yeah, like it's a mile, half a mile to a mile between houses. You got to put in like 20 miles to get three shoveling jobs. Yeah, city driveways. Yeah, like I said, man, there's a bunch of times if like some kids had come around like wanting to shovel, I would have been like, I would have busted open the wallet. Like here, you can even use my shovels. Um, yeah, who could fix a knife like these? Mine's broken. It's hard to find someone. Yeah, I don't know, D. I don't know what kind of depends on how it's broken. You know, to snap the blade in half to the scales, brother. There's a lot of variables there. But yeah, typically, if it broke, I would just buy another one and upgrade. Yeah, you're more apt to find the homeless guy in his 20s trying to make money for food and then trying to yeah. So you drop out of a plane, and as soon as your parachute opens, a man in a wingsuit flies by, giving you a bill. Do you, yeah, man, that's actually more common than you think it is. Yeah, having somebody buzz you under canopy. Yeah, having a wingsuit. Like I've been on both ends of that. I've buzzed some people with a wingsuit, and I've been under canopy and buzzed by people in wingsuits. Yeah, dose super glue it back together. It'll be great. Yeah, yeah, super glued. It'll be grand. Yeah, little JB Weld or whatever. I actually, man, I've thought about fixing my bike frame with that JB Weld, but um, yeah, that little spidey senses that have kept me alive this far doing stupid stuff said it's probably not a good plan, man. Like if or you know if it does work, I should like video it and charge them for the commercial. Be like, look, man, I fixed my Cannondale with JB Weld and rode it for 500 miles. Yay, JB Weld! Like they can fix anything. Like I suppose that'd be better than taking one of those $7,000 tiny hat checks. They still haven't offered me that, guys. I don't know why. I've been checking my email. Um, yeah, because I'll tell you, man, 7 grand to finance the channel would be great. Yeah, like I would be like, yay, whatever you want, within reason, but yeah, I'll make a BS video for 7 grand, and I could only imagine what the comments would be. It's not really selling out if it's for a reason and you tell everybody beforehand. Like, look, I'm gonna take some of that fancy the $7,000 check to promote these idiots for 10 minutes. But man, that would buy a nice backpack and some great camping gear. So I don't think you're really selling out. Like, like I'll blink twice if I've been paid off. No, that was a duck with Bill Clinton. Free circumcisions. Yeah, that's a bargain, right? Um, yeah, I'm gonna take a pass on that. But yeah, you can't lie. That would be a definitely handy thing. Um, um, yeah. So tomorrow, you guys want to run? I'm gonna do a live. 2 p.m. was good, right? Did that work for everybody? I think that was better than the 6 p.m. I don't think YouTube's been really pushing it out too much because you can't say stuff about the tiny hat people and you can't talk about the Islam invasion and stuff. But apparently I would never do that stuff. Yeah, right. Um, somebody's got to say it, and I would rather earn the respect of the people in my life for having the gall to say something than just be another passive person that pretends that none of this is going on. Because yeah, I can't. I am not happy watching a lot of that stuff. Yeah, a comment on a $7,000 video, you suck. But hey, you know what, Neil? As long as you said it with a smile, I would, I can't argue with that. And I wouldn't try to. I would just be like, yes, Neil, today I do. Yeah, I do. I suck. But hey, junkies got to do stuff, and that includes gear junkies too. Sometimes you might have to take a little bit of, actually, it's not even foreign money. Yeah, but it's coming from there. We sent them all the money, so they're just. I got $7,000 of our tax money back, so that I could supply my gear habit. I'm sure most of the guys in here can understand. Like I'm sure you would. Not specifically you, Neil, but there's probably many in here that are like, huh, let's see if I could do a 10-minute video and make 7 grand. and that 7 grand gets to go 100% to gear. Yeah, you're doing it. Um, in fact, you guys would be like, you would definitely know, because I'd have to do it scripted, and then I'd read it in a way that you're like, oh, this dude's reading a script. And and then you guys would leave comments like, you suck, or no, I think those in the know, those on the inner loop would be like, oh, dude, what kind of gear did you get for doing this? It must be good. I'd be like, yeah, man, titanium across the board, carbon fiber backpack frame. Yeah, we definitely scored some bling. Um, but yeah, I think I don't think they come to people like me though. Um, yeah, I'm doing free ear piercing. If you're Muslim, I'll even let you pick the caliber. Yeah, rocket fuel for trips to Mars is a waste of money. Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, rocket. Yeah, nothing a bit of lead behind the ear won't fix chaos. Did you nose piercings? Oh, did you see? Has anybody seen those videos? The theories on septum rings? Yeah, the bull. The little bull ring, nose ring. Through the center of the nose. There's wow, man. I guess, hey, there's a stereotype for everything nowadays, isn't there? But it's all good. Definitely no complaints. Yeah, anything is possible, but I still get to pick the caliber. Yeah, that would. Yeah, I don't know what that would work out to. It was a 2 gauge or something. I don't know. Um, yeah. So what else have we got going on? I think that's Elon is a lot richer now than he was a year ago. They're all richer. Every single one of the rich bastards are richer now. They all went from being billionaires to being multi-billionaires, and millionaires went to being multi-millionaires, and they're all robbing the system. Like that Ilhan Omar, in 2020, she was worth like $35,000 net worth. And now she's worth $30 million on like $160,000 a year salary, $180,000 a year salary. Tell me how that's possible. Same thing with like AOC there. That little flapping head. Yeah, she was broke ass bartender, and now she's worth like tens of millions of dollars. And yeah, because they're all being bought off and paid off, and they're all a bunch of sellouts. And yeah, they're the asshole that'll sit there and just tell you what they think you want to hear. Like, you're not getting any truth out of those people, and they're all in on it together. All 110% of them. Otherwise, they'd all be in prison. Every single one of them. All that insider trading, all the corrupt shit. The $1 to $2 billion missing out of Minneapolis. Like, that's our taxpayers' money. Like, screw that. Who wants to pay taxes anymore? I mean, taxes suck in the first place, but when like, you know, um, a good portion of that money, your tax money, ended up going back to Somalia to support, what is it, the Al Shabaab, whatever, Goonie Goo Gus. Yeah, your taxpayers' money went back to Somalia to support like their warlord shit country, so they can do more warlord shit stuff. Like, I don't want to pay taxes anymore. And knowing that, and then yeah, they're all like, oh, Somalis move here in one generation, we're successful, everybody's jealous. Like, eat a bag of cucumbers, lady. That's not the case. Like, you're not successful because you like did something, because you created something. You're successful because you're a fraudster. Like, you ripped off the U.S. taxpayers. You stole money. Like, the United States is by far, and nobody can argue it, is the most generous country in the world. And that generosity is being grossly taken advantage of. Classic saying, we gave an inch, they took a mile. We offered them food and shelter, and they want freaking a Mercedes and a BMW in their parking lot. And then yeah, and you had literally cases of married couples with kids. They would get divorced. Why? Because once they divorced, he's out of the picture. She would now go and file for food stamps and get like $1,000 a month or whatever, and then they would take the surplus from that and this little group of people, and they would spend it on food because they didn't really need the money. The father was still working and making money. Um, and then they were opening like convenience stores and food stores and stuff with the food they bought off of food stamps. Like the shit is so corrupt. Like the Somalian people, that there's a non-compatible culture. They got no business being here whatsoever. And especially like, hey, remember Mogadishu? Remember what happened to the Rangers there? Remember what happened to the two Delta guys there? Yeah, that's what they think of Americans. If they will drag your dead body through the street by a rope attached to a car. That's what they think of Americans. But yet they're here and we're supposed to respect. Eat a bag of cucumbers. Somalians suck. There's nothing good about them. I don't care. Um, yeah, they're leeches. They're parasites. They don't offer anything productive. They're grossly corrupt. Jacob's back. Welcome back, my man. Yeah, yeah. Free piercings at Allen's Snack Bar, dude. I wonder how much money I could actually make off of that. If I opened up an Allen Snack Bar, right? Free piercings. We're offering pulled pork sandwiches, bacon wrapped hot dogs, pork chops and applesauce, pork ribs, yeah, even French fries fried in pork fat. That tell me that wouldn't be delicious, right? A side of pork rinds. We'll have multiple flavors of pork rinds, but we'll have free piercings, and for our regular customers, we've got a free petting zoo there. We're gonna have dogs that you can pet all day long, and it's free with a purchase of 19.99 or more. Yeah, some of them spend campaign money on themselves. Yeah, yeah, and that's what that Ilhan Omar did. She took trips. They got a list. Like she went to New York, Chicago, Florida, all over the place, all on yeah, illegal money. I'll make the bacon wrapped grilled pickles. Absolutely, man. Yeah, bacon wrapped everything. Bacon wrapped popsicles. Um, bacon flavored ice cream with genuine bacon bits on top. Yeah, and all salads have to come with bacon bits on it. Like we're not selling just a salad. Like we're not serving that crowd. Prostate removed with an AR-15. Um, yeah, that's yeah. We could get into that Allen Snack Bar, man, and we could maybe we'll have a little side stand offering some knife sharpening and custom kydex. Um, but yeah, yeah. I for one, I've listened to enough of yeah, that whole like yeah, I understand being accepted and tolerant, but everything has its limitations. Some of us are more tolerant and accepting than others. But yeah, we really got to end this like suicidal empathy. Like bringing all these third worlders to this country is not benefiting anybody but them. It really isn't, and it's actually it's a burden on the rest of us because it's one of the major contributing factors to like the hyperinflation going on, supply and demand. You know, you bring in an extra 20 million people in a few years, and it's going to cost the cost of living is going to go up. The cost of rent is going to be more competitive. You're going to pay more, so on and so forth. They're just a drain on the economy. Like for every Somalian that we let in here, it's estimated that in their lifetime they're going to cost Americans $1 million. So they're a massive deficit on this country. They don't benefit us in any way, shape, or form. And they try to compare it to like immigration from years ago. You know, this whole Staten Island. You know, bring us your weak, bring us your tired, bring us your hungry, all this stuff. Um, yeah, a lot of them they're highly compatible. You know, a lot of them were Irish and French and English and and they were seeking a better life for their family. But all of them will claim America first, and that's what matters. Like, yeah, if you're here, um, like that Ilhan Omar, she wants let's make Somalia better. What the hell does Somalia have to do with here? Like, make America better. If you're that concerned about what's going on in Somalia, you don't belong here. You belong there. Like, yeah, and yeah. So I don't know. I guess yeah. They try to compare it to older immigration, but older immigration is it's not comparable. It's not the same circumstances. It's not the same people. It's not the same reasoning. Like they didn't come here to change America. They came here to better their life through what America had to offer. And this modern immigration, they're coming here to better their lives through theft and fraud. They could care less about America. They're more concerned about where they came from. If you're that concerned about it, then just go back. Like they got no business being here. The Hyundai engineers were not planning to stay very long, but ICE didn't like them, so off they went. Yeah, I guess you could say, yeah, you're gonna argue like 500 people over, the 10 to 20 million. I no doubt. I guess mistakes are going to be made, but even then, man, even when they're here illegally, a lot of these H-1B visas are just they're scams as well, and it has a lot to do with why Americans aren't getting paid well. Why are they going to pay an American, like decent wages when they can, they can bring somebody in on an H-1B visa and basically make it straight up slave labor. Like whatever they make is going to go towards paying off their visa expense, and then they're going to live. Like I've seen a lot of information on that, but yeah, and I think, and that's one of the times Trump was a real d bag. He's trying to sit there and say that Americans just aren't smart enough for some of these jobs. It's like no, we really are, but everybody's caught up in their globalist. We got to keep all these people happy. Crap. That we're importing labor. Like that's what it was. It's like 500 people, right? Um, yeah, the Hyundai engineers, yeah. So yeah, they need to in my opinion, they need to cut off 100% of everything that's pulling money out of this country. We need to stop financing every country. Um, it was billions of dollars of Americans' job loss, the Hyundai leaving. Right, and why aren't we that's the whole thing. We need to stop sending like Ford um to Mexico and stuff like that. Like Ford is an American company, should be making their vehicles here in America. Same thing, even Canada. Like we shouldn't be, whoever's making Ford, Chevy, Dodge, the U.S. companies need to, like up their game, really, and we need to stop like uh, sending all our money to South Korea, to China, like start so that like that's part of what I try to support here on my channel is like let's start spending our money with American companies. Like, yeah, it was billions of dollars Americans' jobs lost with Hyundai leaving. Yeah, like billions of dollars over how long though? Like 20 years, 30 years, 2 years? I mean, that's a huge. I didn't hear that it was billions of dollars. But anyhow, screw them. Really, screw them. Screw Hyundai. I'll never buy a Hyundai. I'll never support Hyundai. Yeah, whatever. I'm so tired of like, how many jobs, like 80 million jobs we've exported to China and overseas, Vietnam, all these other places. Like, meanwhile, people in the United States are looking for decent jobs. So, Hyundai was creating new American. Right, right. I get it, but Hyundai is not they're not an American company, are they? Like Americans need to create American jobs here in America. Like, and I'm sure Hyundai had massive benefits. They weren't just like out of the charity of their kind hearts, doing whatever it is they were doing. I can guarantee that. Yeah. Didn't hear the rest of the world cry when we lost all. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the rest of the world wasn't crying when Americans lost. Like I was just saying, like 80 million jobs in like 40 years or something. All our manufacturing got sent overseas. All the automotive manufacturing that got sourced out to Canada, all the American manufacturing that got sourced out to Mexico. Yeah, they weren't crying about it then, like, oh no, Americans are losing their jobs. But when Americans try to gain back some jobs or boot somebody out, then it's a big to do. Like look at the number of like crybaby Canadians that were like, oh, Crown Royal is moving to the U.S. because of tariffs. Like, yeah, they are. But they weren't crying like when all these automotive manufacturings like that's why Detroit is the crap hole that it is right now is because all the manufacturing got shipped overseas. But yeah, Canadians weren't crying like Americans are losing their jobs. This is horrible. Like, oh, all Americans are evil. But now that it's the other way around, it's a different story. Yeah, battery experts were teaching Americans to make batteries in the USA. Yeah, and there's no battery experts in the USA that we could have hired. Like, there's no, like nobody. But even though like all these foreigners come to like Ivy League U.S. colleges to get their education, right? Like they go to MIT, they go to UCal, they go to Harvard, they go to Yale, they go to Princeton, and they come here to get educations. Like we have people being educated in the same places that they're being educated at. So why is it once again we have to source everything out to foreign companies, to foreign countries and foreign companies and stuff like that? Like there's literally not one American that knows how to make a battery. I'm not gonna buy that for a second. Like I'm sure we can figure it out. Like yeah, I caught that stuff too when good old Trump was sitting there downgrading Americans. Like there's just not people smart enough in America to handle these jobs, because these things could, they could explode and blah 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 blah. So what? It's the process of learning. Like accidents are going to happen. It's part of the course. It's part of development. Um, Elon gets his batteries from China. Exactly, exactly. And if we could make that's the whole point. We outsource. Like you're backing up everything I'm saying. Everything gets outsourced to somebody else to the point you can't buy anything anymore. Like just even outdoor gear, knives, backpacks, sleeping bags, all that stuff. Like try finding genuine USA made stuff. It's all sourced out to Mexico, China, Thailand, Vietnam, India. Like and that's the whole point. Is we need more people in the United States making stuff rather than us importing everything and paying all this ridiculous. Like the United States is a country, not a charity, and we've given away tens of millions of jobs, billions of trillions of dollars. In fact, I guarantee you, if you could take back every dollar the United States has ever given away, we'd have a multi-trillion-dollar surplus, not a deficit. I mean, look, like it's just ridiculous the amount of money we give away to the dumbest crap all over the world. Like it's all just one giant money laundering scam. Oh yeah, you also owe reparations. Yeah. Um, and that's the whole thing. Yeah, like I'm sure there's plenty of Americans that can make batteries, but yeah, the fact that we need Hyundai to here to make, yeah, battery packs are often handmade. That is a lot of money for sale. Yeah, but it's not if it were the system already in place. A lot of knives are handmade, and they're good in their quality and whatever. I don't. The whole point is Americans are more than capable of doing the job. I'm not going to buy that. Only Hyundai has the technology, and we must rely on Hyundai. Hyundai must do every. No, man, fuck Hyundai and every other foreign country that shits on us, including the land of the tiny hat people. Like, yeah, those Zionist pigs. Yeah, like screw. Like, why is it the United States needs to give them $40 billion a year for the next 20 years? It's not a real country at that point. At that point, you're a welfare state. And if the United States cut off all aid from them, I guarantee you they'd be wiped off the map within 6 months because they pissed off everybody around them. Like, so why does the United States have to give, like, billions of dollars to Somalia because they can't run their own country? Like, you got Somalians here telling us how to run our country. It's like, look at the shithole you came from. You people couldn't run shit over there. And now you're going to come over here and tell us how to do it. And you're bringing all your crappy freaking lifestyle with you. All the fraud, the theft, yeah, it's just repulsive. Yeah, they were there to teach American workers. Yeah, I get it. I saw the whole story. They were there to teach American workers, blah, 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 blah. My question is why don't we have Americans that can do that? And I bet you the real answer is that we do have Americans that can do that, but we're too busy outsourcing everything else so that people can launder money. Yeah. Free knife, please. Yeah, whatever, dude. Um, yeah, sure. Hey, what kind of free knife do you want? Let me get on QVC. I'm gonna start giving away free knives, but they're gonna be off of QVC. Just for people that come around and ask for free knives. Yeah, you can. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Thor. That just goes. There's not a dagger on the table, so yeah. If you're gonna troll over knives and stuff like that, like you're probably one of those like crazy ones from the knife cult, because you know what a dagger is, or you're familiar with the term dagger, so you're using knife terminology, but knowing full well that there isn't one here on the table. So yeah, dude. Happy trolling. Have a good Friday evening trolling. Maybe someday your life will amount to something, but and the other thing, if he's still here, yeah, the other problem with that is why I'm assuming, like, I don't understand this. Why is it everybody sticks up for every other country out there, no matter what happens? Everybody, you'll stick up for Hyundai, but you won't stick up for the United States. That's kind of weird. Just like when I talk about made in the USA knives, well, China this, China. It's amazing the number of knife tube cult crazy people there are out there that'll go way out of their way to support Chinese made knives, but zero support for US made knives. Now, that's some heavy duty brainwashing there. Like, you're like, that's straight up anti-American rhetoric shit. Like, everybody willing to stick up. Like, people are willing to, they'll do 100 texts defending Hyundai. They'll do 100 texts, supporting Civivi. But when you're just like, I'm just supporting American products. Oh, you're evil. You're the devil. You're the bad man. No, I'm supporting what's being made in the USA. I could care less about what's going on in any of these other countries. And that's the problem. That I think that's getting to the root of the problem there. Not just playing, can I get a Bali song? Yeah. Yeah, no Ebola song here, yeah. Sanyo has an automated battery factory, but the competition doesn't yet. Yeah. Yeah, so, but yeah, man. So what about, like, where's the American battery factory? Let's focus on that. Where are Americans making batteries? And let's further the technology. Most of the technology has been stolen anyhow. Like, there's so much technology stolen out of the United States, and a lot of it was even sold to a lot of it, the land of the tiny hat people got, and they sold it to China. Yeah, do some research on that. That's repulsive. Our greatest ally, my ass. Yeah, do a little research on the USS Liberty, our greatest ally. Yeah, it's a bunch of bunk. Well, what it is they control the United States through blackmail and things like that. Blackmail and bribery. If they can't bribe you, then they're going to blackmail you, and that's how the whole Epstein and that crowd. Yeah, their relations to the Mossad. Americans build Bitcoin mining farms. I thought bunnies made batteries. Yeah, I thought so too. Right, Mylar Mick? Yeah, the Energizer bunny. It just keeps going and going. Paul Johnson, conspiracy theories. Well, it's kind of funny because a lot of conspiracy theories have been pretty freaking accurate, especially over the last 5 or 6 years. But yeah, it kind of makes sense. But make it make sense. Why is everybody so willing? Like, somebody give me a legitimate answer. Why do people support outsourcing U.S. stuff or like importing foreign labor over supporting American products and American labor? And yeah, I'm not buying that shit where all Americans aren't smart enough to make a battery. I guarantee you they are. I guarantee it, man. I'm sure it's probably because the money went there instead of the money staying here. Yeah, Paul. It's 100% fragile. Yeah, that is totally a Christmas story tabletop version of the lamp. I had one of the lights go down for doing these tabletops. And yeah, the missus went out shopping to grab another light for tabletops, and she came back with that thinking it would be fun. And she was spot on right. Yeah, it's absolutely fun. It's a little bit different from the standard, like yeah, we got like proper, a proper light and stuff. But yeah, I absolutely love it. It's great for Christmas. Yeah, Motorola still makes phones. Yeah, they do. Um, John, no, chimpanzees make batteries after they get off their zoo shift. Yeah, John, I'm not even trying to. It's just, yeah, Chaos is good like that. Yeah, he's pretty quick on the tongue there. Yeah, definitely good stuff, and good times are had by all. But and I think that's why a lot of people don't get into it. I think that's why a lot of the problems exist, is because of stuff like that. And then the other problem is you got people that unsubscribe when you start saying something that they don't like. And that's why a lot of people are afraid to talk about it, because it happens to me every fucking week. To the point I'm getting literally sick of it. Yeah. If you stand up for Americans and American jobs and American rights and American culture, we do have culture, although the ignorant will say we don't. Yeah, then people get upset. They get butthurt about it. They go on their little smear campaigns. Yeah, they definitely unsubscribe in the masses. In fact, from week to week, I typically break even now. And I can track it based off the conversation. And that's part of how they control what you say and how you say it. And when you say it, it's like, social censorship is what I'm going to call it. Like, yeah, and it is. That's the way it works. Um, yeah, I used to own a moto with a Glass screen is on a Samsung. Yeah, I don't know. To be honest, I don't know enough about like different screen types and all that and where they're made. And I just know it doesn't matter where you go now. You can't flip something over without it saying China. And it's ironic because, this country used to fight against communism and now we finance it. How stupid are we? So anybody who agrees with, yeah, we should be mass importing Chinese products, like, yeah, we should be supporting communism. We're financing our own demise. Like Americans are. I agree with the rest of the world. Americans have got to be some of the stupidest people on the planet at this point. Like suicidal empathy. It's repulsive. It's pathetic. It's disgusting. And if there's one thing I've learned from YouTube is like I was saying, I find it completely repulsive that there are so many Americans that'll stand up for China over America. Like it used to be called treason or something like that. Um, but yeah, if there's one thing I've learned from this freaking YouTube channel is that yeah, there's more sick people out there that support China than there are that support America, and yet we call ourselves Americans. I mean, I can call myself an American. I 110% support America, and I try to do so in a good way. But the number of idiots out there that are willing to support like China over the United States is just like it's repulsive. It really is. Yeah, dude, I've been sick since last week. Yeah. Um, yeah, I've had yeah, I've had cold symptoms for like the past week. It sucks. And then yeah, it didn't help much. I had to go out and shovel and everything like that. So rather than getting rest and stuff, yeah, I spent a whole bunch of time shoveling out in the cold, and yeah, it sucked. But yeah, definitely under the weather. But yeah, that's yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I might have to change my trajectory because like most things in life, when you tell the truth and people freak out, or they call it a conspiracy theory, or if they dislike what you say, you're a racist, you're a bigot, you're a fascist, you're a Nazi, you're an Islamophobe, you're an anti-Semitic, you're a transphobe, you're a homophobe, and they got all these other things to call you something, just because you don't want to live their way, or you question it, like, is that really where this the direction? But anyhow, I digress. Yeah, I guess I really got to rethink this channel. Because getting into this stuff, like, yeah, it absolutely sucks. It really does. It sucks. And then trying to research it and stay on top of it and everything is grossly time consuming. So hey, maybe I'll go back to that policy. I'll adopt everybody else's policy, but I'll be honest about it. I'll be like, look, I'm a coward and I'm afraid to talk about these things because it's counterproductive to my original channel goals. So, maybe I should buckle down and turn it into a business rather than a social. And I should really focus on hand at, getting more affiliate links, so I can support China. I don't know. I don't know. I'm really on the fence about a lot of this stuff. Um, yeah, don't get low on vitamin D. Yeah, 'tis the season, right? Yeah, I'd rather be down in Florida getting some outdoor vitamin D and some oranges and stuff. Even though Florida imports most of its oranges, they're go figure. Nothing like being in Florida and finding an imported orange, right? That's kind of funny. Uh, but it does, yeah. If you head out to the grocery store in Florida, odds are the orange you're buying in Florida isn't from Florida. It's been imported. And not just I spoke from experience, man. I've done that. Like I was like, no way, get out of here. Just like when you ask, what's the number one export of Florida? 90% of people you ask are going to say oranges. But it's not. It's actually beef. They export more beef than they do anything else. Beef is Florida's number one export. And once you live down there, you travel Florida a whole bunch, you'll find out they got a lot of cattle out there grazing. So yeah, so in light of this evening, yeah, I'm probably going to take a little time off. I am going to do some serious rethinking of this channel because lives are getting to be counterproductive. Because if you say the wrong thing and somebody gets butthurt, then you get people unsubscribing to your channel. And if you're trying to grow a channel, you can see how that's counterproductive. We don't have to be rocket scientists to figure that out. But yeah, I don't even know what to say anymore. I do know that I have better things to do than argue with people over or debate or whatever you want to call it over America first, America only. How about American people first? How about we stop putting criminals up in 5-star hotels while Americans are homeless? You know, but yeah, it's kind of like it's not really what I set out to do. And I think that's one of the things you get roped into is, yeah, you end up getting in these conversations on YouTube, and then it's yeah, I don't know, it's a tremendous amount of time trying to build a channel on YouTube to have it fall apart because anti-American rhetoric is basically like the most repulsive thing I can ever find. How people are so unsupportive of a country they live in that they benefit from. Well, and then most people have never been anyplace else in the world to have a clue of what the hell they're talking about. So that's a major contributing factor as well. Like, if it's so horrible here, then what are you doing here? Go live where you want to. Actually, a few people have in the past couple of years. You can find their videos here on YouTube. Specifically a certain demographic of people who moved back to Africa thinking they were going back to the motherland. They would be welcomed with open arms and everything was going to be grand, to find out that there are places loaded with cockroaches. Their electricity doesn't work half the time. They don't have any tasty, sweet snacks to, for 50 cents you can buy. Like, yeah, it's worked out pretty shitty for them. Yeah, Rosie O'Donnell moved to Ireland. Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe I might delete this channel and start a new channel, just because of the amount of crap I've caught from so many people. Yeah, this isn't really how I want to be spending my life. Like, this is how I want to spend my life. I like knives. I like axes. I like saws. I love sewn products. I love stuff like that. But I don't know. No, actually, I haven't been to Alaska. That's one of the few states I haven't been to. But I've been from everywhere from Maine to California, lots of places in between. Missed a few of the flyover states and stuff like that. Yeah, been to Florida. Been to Mexico back in the day. Been to South Korea. Been to England. Um, John, you finally have a chance to hunt a wild beast in Africa. R.I.P. Joe Man. Oh yeah, yeah, but here's an important saying everybody should write down. Like my grandfather used to. There's two parts to this, and this is the first part that everybody knows, because everybody hears in this modern everybody's pissing rainbows and pooping unicorns. Everybody hears the first part, and I know you've all heard it. Let me know if you've heard it. If at first you don't succeed, try and try again. Right? Everybody heard that part. Because that's the only part. That's in this sugar coated shit world that we're living in, where everybody has to be fake happy. Everybody hears that first part, but the whole thing goes. If at first you don't succeed, try and try again. But know when to say when. There's no point in making a damn fool out of yourself. And sometimes I'm starting to wonder if I'm crossing that line. I think I'm kind of like I've begun to cross that line, and I'm really wondering, how much of this is really worth my time. No, I don't own a buck knife. No, I don't. No, but if you want to super chat a couple $100, I'll get a few of them and I'll demo them for you. Well, Mr. Bushcraft is live. And YouTube, no, YouTube hasn't been putting out notifications, and I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence how much longer I'm going to do this because I've literally done this for a year. Actually, over a year now. This will make my 53rd Friday night. Plus, I've done it every Sunday morning at 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. I put in hundreds and hundreds of hours in the live chats, and I think the channel's kind of like, it's definitely not working out the way I wanted it to. Like, I'd like to have like an open voice about things, but I just, I just disagree with a lot of stupid shit that's going on in this country, and it's had a negative impact on the channel overall. Like, like, yeah, the channel growth kind of like came to a halt. Just to give you, like the amount of hours and stuff I have to put into it is just completely freaking absurd. Um, the lifetime of my channel is I've got 973.3 thousand views, 11.6 thousand hours of watch time, 5,722 subscribers, which it was 5,724 when I started this live chat. And my whopping grand total that I've made so far, which I probably won't get paid a third of it, because I didn't make the $100 mark for December 1st. So, but my grand total for the like all my efforts put into YouTube is 338.88. And I don't know how much you're supposed to talk about this stuff, but I'm just not in a care mood. But fortunately, in the last 28 days, I've made 83.24 of that in the last 28 days. But you have to make at least over $100 in a month for them to cut you a check. And yeah, hey, I've got a few $1,000s invested into this, and it's just, I don't know. I'm really on the fence about it because I just I want to be helping people out with gear, getting better gear. I kind of want to be able to speak about things, but there's one thing I can't stand. If you're not standing for America, then get the fuck out. Like, I'm not sorry for saying that. Like, if you're not 100% America, if you don't think American knives should come before Chinese knives, you're a scumbag. If you think that American cars shouldn't come before Chinese cars, you're an idiot. That's the way I feel about it. Worst thing to do ever while social media is say anything people don't like. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. Yeah, you just gotta, it's all unicorns and rainbows. And if you say something that somebody doesn't like, then they flip out and then they start a smear campaign. And then you get mass unsubscribing. It's just counterproductive. So, I guess I like that's what I'm saying. I either got to really completely reconfigure my channel or just start a whole new channel and just, having learned what I've learned, um, make a Christmas song about cats, then you are set for life. Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, really, and I was there for most of them. Andy, this is nothing to use. I've done like 9, 10 hour lives. Like when I say I put man, I've made 10 cents an hour doing YouTube, and I'm trying to cover gear, and I'm trying not to be a sellout QVC like a lot of other people are, where like I'll only take that free Chinese stuff, and then that's what I'll show you. I'll get an affiliate link, and I'll get 10% of that cheap Chinese knife, and then when I have a giveaway, I'm going to give away cheap Chinese trinkets. But yeah, I've financed this entirely on my own, like 110%. I've turned down all the freebies that all the other channels take. Like, I want to maintain independence. I want an unbiased opinion. And if somebody's giving you a whole lot of something for nothing, they're expecting you to say something nice, because that's the way it works. But if I pay for it out of my own pocket, I order it the same as everybody else. I know what their customer service is. I know what their quality control is. And I'm not. I don't have to play nice if I paid for it, versus if they gave it to me for free with a script. And a lot of those contracts come with signing off your copyrights. Like, so if they gave you the product, then part of your agreement is they get to use that footage for advertisements and stuff like that. So, but YouTube only keeps so little of that live for people to watch later. Paul McCartney made 15 million on a Christmas song. That is more than any Beatles song he did. Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, I'm not a songwriter. I mean, by trade, I mean I'm an aerospace engineer. I'm a FAA certificated master parachute rigger. I understand everything and anything about the harness container parachute system for the past 25 years, 27 years total. But I was, you don't start off as a rigger, you start off as a jumper and you kind of work your way through. Because ain't nobody going to trust a rigger that don't jump. I just don't exist. Um, so yeah, that's what I do by trade. I have an understanding of like the sewing process better than most people. And that's what I was hoping to like repurpose my skills, my knowledge as a parachute rigger into the outdoor gear world. I've been part of the outdoor world, yeah, since I was knee high to a grasshopper. Camping, hiking, rock climbing, whitewater kayaking, ice climbing, yeah, general hiking. I've done quite a bit. Also, I've done some mainstream sports, but I kind of drifted away from those pretty quick. I've played hockey, soccer, and football. Yeah, so write a song about how much you hate cats. It'll go viral. Yeah, man, I'm just not. I don't think I'm that poetic to be writing songs. And then yeah, and then I'd have to pay somebody to sing it because I'm definitely not a singer. Um, yeah, Andy, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we're still live. Oh yeah, this is nothing, man. I've done lives that were like in the vicinity of 8 to 10 hours for sure. I'm kind of backed off of it from a while because apparently the algorithm, the what is it, average view duration when you're running an 8 to 10 hour live ends up not being good. So it's counterproductive to your channel because yeah, the average view duration when it ends up, yeah, you do a 10-hour live, but the average view duration drops down to 2 hours and I mean 2 minutes and 32 seconds. Then YouTube is like, oh, nobody's really watching this long content, so they stop putting it out. So yeah, it's kind of funny how W brought. Wow, he stated I bought the competition. Yeah, yeah, and that's I don't know anything about the WWF or any of that stuff, but yeah, common business practices. You buy out the competition, and then you end up with a monopoly. Um, invent something that people already have and don't need. Sell millions of them. Yeah, I've already done that. The problem is I don't have the working capital for production. There's stuff out there that I could definitely build and sell. I plan to get into custom kydex, but yeah, man, when your pay is 8 cents or 11 cents per thousand views, it takes a lot of views to make a couple of grand. And yeah, like I said, my entire income from YouTube so far to date, if I switch it over to lifetime, and I haven't even been paid for all of it. I've only been paid for about 250 of it or so. But yeah, I've made 338.88 off of all the hours I put into YouTube. So and I'm trying to I can only do it where YouTube's going to pay for YouTube. Like I've taken wow, yeah, I guess you could say somewhere's around yeah, I've invested a few $1,000s. Forget about what the crap that YouTube's paid me. I would have to make like 3 or 4 grand just to break even. So like investing money has just become like extremely difficult to borderline impossible to do. And in a world of materialistic gratification, over consumerism and stuff like it's kind of hard to compete. I could have competed. Maybe that's where I shot myself in the foot. I should have just taken all the freebies like everybody else and shown the great junk like everybody else and provided a link to buy the crap from and I would have got my little kickback and everybody would be happy. But no, I decided I'm gonna yeah, hey, I like American products. Long before I started YouTube, I was into this stuff. So I figured rather than just being another QVC cookie cutter channel, I'd kind of do it my way. But I don't know. I don't know if it's worth my time anymore. You get monetized in your country. Sadly, my country wasn't approved for monetization from YouTube. Yeah, I definitely don't need chewing gum with caffeine, but I'm chewing one right now. Yeah, yeah. Hey, man, I've got some designs for some different stuff. Like I said, I helped design wingsuits. I modified wingsuits. That was my winter job for like 7 years. I did R&D and test jumping. So basically, I modified wingsuit designs, and then test jumped. I know about like creating things. I know about the research and development. I know about prototyping. I know a lot of stuff. Just unfortunately, the way everything panned out for me since the scamdemic, it's just not economically viable. So I'm kind of just, yeah, it's like one step forward, two steps back. Like the struggle is real. Like I completely relate to a lot of people that have gotten shafted by the system. And it's equally as frustrating when, like I'm an American, been here all my life, served my country, blah, blah, blah. And it's impossible for me to like get ahead. But yet, if you came here illegally, they're going to give you everything you need and then some. And it's just kind of like, it's sickening after a while. Like when you spend 8 months every day looking for a job and you can't find one, then you're like, how is this even possible? And you start doing the research on it. You're like, oh, it makes sense. We're all being screwed. Um, I personally, with the whole custom kydex thing, would make informative videos with it here and there with it. Yeah, yeah. The whole problem is I can't come up with the money to start it up. Like, yeah, and it's not like massive amounts of money. It's maybe $1,500 or so. Um, yeah, between tools and materials, and that's kind of like conservative, but that's reasonable. Yeah, buy some quality tools, get a reasonable amount of materials, do some prototyping. I'm 110% positive I can get it done. I just don't have the capital to do it, and I've like scoured the country looking for jobs, and there are just no freaking jobs, especially not in my field. And where I live, the economy is just trash. We've lost more jobs in the past 5 years than I'd honestly say the area I live in probably lost somewhere around 40 to 50% of the local jobs in the past like 4 or 5 years, easily. Right, yeah, see that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I could make the best tent in the country. I could make one of the best tents in the world. And I'm not just saying that. I could do it. But the problem is one sewing machine, industrial sewing machine that's going to run that kind of stuff, it's going to run you about $1,500 used. And then you're going to need a bar tacker, and like you're going to need $10,000 worth of equipment just to start making tents. That's not even including materials. Um, yeah, yeah. There's all kinds of stuff I could make. I could make custom. I could make custom gear all day long. But yeah, it's a solid $10,000 in sewing machines to be able to make it. Yeah, personally, with the whole custom cutting thing, yeah, sounds like a problem with your local and state government with not giving incentive to businesses to move or start their. Yeah, yeah, and oh yeah, you go apply for a roofing job, and they tell you they're definitely not hiring you because I don't speak Spanish. Like that happened to me last year. I'm still livid about it. Hold on a second. You're not going to give me a job because I don't speak Spanish. But when I owned a store, I couldn't hire somebody based on that. Like even though they wouldn't be able to perform their job, if I tried to do that, if I tried to say no, you're not working in my paintball store because you don't speak in the English, buddy. They would immediately, oh, you're a racist, you're a bigot, you're going down, and it's just, yeah, it's gotten to be repulsive. That's that suicidal empathy I've been talking about, but a lot of other people are talking about it as well. Yeah, Timu is stealing jobs. People need to treasure quality. Yeah, exactly. Quality over quantity. I agree, man. And that's exactly. I've been at that for years and years. But I think that everybody's gotten so much into materialistic stuff, and they're so in the habit of just purchasing that way. Like everybody's buying junk that falls apart in 2 years. And it's been going on for so long that they're just in the habit of going out and buying more junk and more junk, because it's cheap, it's inexpensive. But in the long run, there's nothing frugal about it because you've spent the money 5 or 6 times. You've now spent more than a quality product with nothing to show for. Um, no, I haven't messed with swords in a lot of years. No, it's a few knives. I wouldn't say it's a boatload. It's a few. Um, Chaos Series sent 100 for 2 jewels. Right on, Chaos. But yeah, I'm actually starting to realize. I don't know. I think more and more my channel's gotten like shadow banned. It doesn't get the growth it used to, and definitely yeah. I don't know. I guess I gotta rewrite my playbook or something. I only use swords to spread butter. Hey man, oh, that I would too. If I had a sword, I would use it to spread butter. Yeah, hey man. Sometimes I've spread butter with this knife. That's gross over it. Like just a massive slab of CPM 3V to spread some butter. Yeah, actually, this is my number one kitchen knife. Like I use this in like I got this for Christmas last year, and I've literally 95% of the time, unless I've forgotten it a couple times, or just doing something real quick, it doesn't matter. But yeah, 95% of what I've done in the kitchen has been with this knife. Yeah, it's a great knife. I thoroughly enjoy it. Yeah, Coleman Soul. Yeah. Well, that's the whole thing. If you have one from 50 years ago, it's still lasting. If you have one from 5 years ago, it's falling apart. Like, yeah, nothing is made the way it used to be. Everything's made to last a couple years. Like, man, we went and bought like a $700-800 grill, and the whole thing rusted out on the insides, all rusted out like in 2 years. So you just had this stainless skeleton, or stainless steel shell, and everything inside the grill had like fallen apart. Um, we did have man. I bought the nice grill cover with it, but somebody stole it. Like somebody went in the yard and stole the grill cover. I don't know why. It didn't just fall off. It was well secured. I know a thing or two about securing stuff. I know they're not very practical, but I like keeping one by my bed. Actually, yeah. Hey, Adam, man, I think a sword is more practical than nothing at all. The concept of bringing nothing to I'd rather have something than nothing. And yeah, a little bit of training, you can use a sword. Um, I took some kung fu classes years ago, and I learned how to use a Chinese broadsword. So I mean, you could too much no such thing as too much caffeine, man. What do I think of beavercraft knives? What is the best survival bushcraft knife? If I survival bear, there is no good answer for that, my man. You get what you pay for. What do I think of beavercraft? I think do your research, and you're going to find out that most of them rust out. In fact, they're one of the ones that I turned down in the last year, because they offered me like the bunch of free. They're from Ukraine, beavercraft. I do have yeah, this company here, because I do have some of their stropping paddles that were gifted to me, like they're Christmas gifts. Beavercraft stropping paddles are good, but I did the research on the knives, and yeah, unless you're keeping the thing in oil, like it lives there, they're gonna rust out. The best survival bushcraft knife under $50 doesn't exist, man. Doesn't exist. You're gonna get what you pay for. Stanley gives you a lifetime warranty on their thermos. Yeah, I don't even know what the deal with Stanley is anymore. If you guys watch the outdoor gear review with Luke, apparently Stanley just did the same thing a lot of other companies did. They had like the some really successful products for many, many years, and they just they redesigned it, and it's now cheaper, crappier, and more expensive, from what I understand. So yeah, you everything's changed so much; it's hard to keep track. But yeah, a worthwhile bushcraft knife under $50, not happening. Um, yeah, I would if whatever you did to save $50 to buy a knife, repeat that process three, four, 5 times over. Just buy once, cry once, get yourself a high quality knife with a good reputation, with a good warranty, and you'll be a lot better off by it. I love you half, and I have so. Their cards. My brother used to have a carving set from years ago that rusted a lot from being outside. Yeah, yeah. I keep a dog by my bed. Your sword won't wake you. Yeah, yeah. Hey, yeah. You definitely a good loyal dog companion, canine friend. Yeah, that's gonna be the absolute best early notification security you're gonna possibly get. Yeah, a good loyal dog will he'll wake you up to the task. But yeah, yeah, good point. Doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter what you've got in the nightstand or next to the bed if you're not awake in time to grab it. So yeah, having a good security system would be a good plan. Yeah, I've got a $200 budget and 116. I've already spent two things on that. So what knife do you think you could find in that range? Um, oh, who is it? Oh, yeah, wow, it's common. It's not tops. It's yeah, like a Becker BK6 or something. Aren't those in that price range? BK5 or BK6 or something like that. Aren't those in that price range? The coating on them, I'm not a fan of. Yeah, I'm not a fan of like the either spray painting is garbage. If it's just painted, it wears right off, and powder coating is just kind of counterproductive. Um, like it doesn't. It kind of feels more like it gets in the way. And the vast majority of people I know that have the BK knives, they're happy. They're super happy with them once they take the coating off, because it's a powder coating. It's not like anything grand. You could always get it Cerakoted. That would hold up real well, and like grossly increase your corrosion resistance. But yeah, I think like a Becker BK5 or something in that price range would be cool. Um, yeah, three of their strapping boards and a knife. Yeah. Like I said, I had a chance at a bunch of free Beavercraft stuff, and I'm like, well, I got their stropping paddles. I've got two of them. They are pretty good. I have no complaints with the stropping paddles whatsoever. Here's the two I use. Um, I think they're great, but I've watched a lot of reviews on their knives, and the reviews. Yeah, you're getting what you pay for. Like yeah, they're like $50 or something. So yeah, I mean, I guess it fills a slot, but if your nose is powder coated, it scares some from attacking. Yeah, yeah, and that's the truth. Yeah, a little little booger sugar residue lets everybody know you're crazy, sends them running. Yeah, yeah, I think you're right. Um, yeah, being somebody that spent a lot of time in Florida, yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, i- if you run into somebody and yeah, they got the nose candy going, yeah, you don't want to fight them. They're just gonna go like cokehead crazy. But yeah, I don't get it. I mostly just do higher end knives. There's already a million and one channels on YouTube that do like, all the, budget friendly stuff and everything like that. They're a dime a dozen. Um, Tons and tons of reviews on the same repetitive knife, sometimes the same exact knife. But yeah, I'm just, man, I went through those knives. I broke a lot of those knives back in the day. It's what drove me towards like higher end knives and that knowing when and where to use the tool. Sometimes you shouldn't use a knife. Sometimes you should use a hatchet. Sometimes you shouldn't use a knife. You should use a saw. And when you use the right tool for the right job, then yeah, you'll get a lot of life out of it. Good stuff though. Jason, hello, hello. I lived in Tampa over 20 years, you get me. Oh, yeah, yeah, man. I get the Florida humor for sure. Yeah, even more so if you're around Miami, we know you partake. Miami Vice, right? Yeah, my most used knife is a cheap one from Huddlefurs. Looks cheap, and it is. Yeah, I guess everybody's experiences are different. Yeah, I guess the luck of the draw sometimes too. There's good batches, there's bad batches, there's good heat treatments, there's bad heat treatments. Um, yeah, and you don't know what you really got until you use it. So BC Gerbs, what's happening, my man? I used to have a cold deal or SRK, but I lost it. Yeah, I've lost a few knives in my day as well. I've lost a back in the day. I lost a definitely a Gerber LMF, a Gerber BMF, couple of SOG knives as well. Broke a couple of SOG knives for sure. Broke a couple of Gerbers for sure. Um, yeah, there's that time. There's a time when things were well made, and then they got outsourced, and the quality went grossly downhill. And it not just with knives, with other like Dakine. They make a lot of like kite surfing, skateboarding, mountain biking supplies and stuff. I had one of their mountain biking day packs. It was the best pack I ever owned, man. I loved it so much. It was just great. It got really, really sun faded and stuff like that. And this crazy woman that I was dating at the time decided to replace it for me. She bought the same exact pack. It was called a Dakine Nomad. And the first one I had for about 6 or 7 years. The second one I had for about a year. Um, Between the time I bought the first one and the second one, they outsourced it. They reduced the quality of materials. They use low grade like elastic and stuff like that for keepers and everything. Zipper quality went down. The fabric quality went down. And I know it to be 110% true because I owned both of them. And inspecting gear is what I do. It was my job. Like I inspect harness container parachute systems for a living and pack them and do that stuff. I also build some of them, so I understand like the difference between materials, quality of materials, durability of materials, how long things are supposed to last versus how long they actually do. And that was something I was hoping to bring to YouTube is to bring the better part of 3 decades of experience and then some. I mean, if I started rock climbing when I was like 10, so I can arguably say that I have 40 years experience in the outdoors community with the better part of 3 decades of it professionally as a parachute rigger, and I have an understanding of sewn products that most regular everyday people, most people on YouTube don't have. So I was hoping to bring that experience to YouTube was what my ultimate goal was. But yeah, what do I think about punch daggers? I think they're for fighting. Like you're not going to use it for much else. They're yeah. Um, I think that 99.9% of people that spend their money on a punch dagger are wasting their money. It's something they're never going to use for its intended purpose, unless you're like a Delta operator or a Navy SEAL, something like. When are you going to get into like? Yeah, maybe just avoid those situations. I don't know. Yeah, Huddlefors is Swedish knives made by robots. Yeah. Um, Gutters makes great axes. I've never even heard of Gutters. I carry a pocket knife each day. Never considered the name until right now. I had to look. It says mossy oak. It worked great for me. The handle has great grip for me. Probably trash to you. It doesn't. See, that's the whole thing. This is why I hate knives now, and I hate knife tube. I really do. Is because I don't think it's you own it, dude. It's yours. It doesn't matter what I think. I don't care what everybody else carries. I really don't. Um, Carry whatever you want. It doesn't matter if I think it's trash. It matters what you think it is. I mean, are people that dependent on other people's opinions for their day to day satisfaction? Like it really, that's the whole thing. I don't care what anybody else thinks. Like I've had some real morons come in here and be, oh, those knives are garbage. They're trash. All right, that's what you think, dude. Like, cause like whatever, it doesn't matter. Carry whatever you want as long as you're happy with it. That's what matters. I could. It doesn't matter. I try not to think about like. I try to give people my experience. Like I know that there's a difference between quality. To say that there isn't would be like just unrealistic. But what you're using it for is greatly. It's there are so many things you can use that knife for. My EDC knife is this. And I only have one. I only have one of these. I have one folding knife. Why do I need 50? Why do I don't? I don't as a person. There are people out there that pride themselves on having 400 knives, and then they try to give opinions on 400 knives. It doesn't make sense. And then when you ask them a name of a knife, they'll be like, I can't remember. I review 300 knives a year. Do you think I remember the name of any of them? Oh, so you're not really, it's not your thing. Like like YouTube is just messed up, man, on so many levels. Wow. Yeah, I think everybody, yeah, enjoy whatever knife it is. Whatever your brand is, enjoy it. I don't think anybody's knife is trash. If it's your knife and you're happy with it, rock on with your bad self. You do you, boo. That's what I do. Some people, oh, super seals are a waste of money. I like the edge retention. It extends the life of the product. The longer it stays sharp, the less I have to sharpen it. Less material I'm taking off of the knife, the longer it's going to last. Makes sense to me. And I used to live in Florida a lot, so having extra corrosion resistance against weather and stuff, well worth it to me. Getting a PVD blade or a DLC or a Cerakote is a hell of a lot nicer to me. It grossly reduces corrosion. It increases corrosion resistance, therefore less likely your knife is going to rust, which also boils down to less maintenance I'm doing on the knife. I'm not like throwing wax or oil on it 3 times a day. I just, every once in a while, just give it a little cleanup. That spider co would not leave me hungry. My favorite type of steel, I like a lot of the stainless steels. I used S35 CPM S35 VN for quite a few years, like 6 7 years. Never had a problem with it, and I was like living and fishing down in the Florida Keys and stuff like that. Great stuff. Um, I've since got into Magna Cut, which I think is great stuff. I like CPM 3V as well as CPM 154. I completely disregard the whole sharpening argument because that's just you just change your tool. Traditional softer steels, they can be sharpened with a stone. However you're sharpening it, doesn't matter. Freehand, or angle supported, whatever. The only difference is the super steels are going to be harder, and instead of using a traditional stone, you're going to use a diamond plate instead. So your super steel would wear down the stone before you ever sharpen the knife. But the technique and everything is the same. Like if you're gonna hand sharpen your blade, whether you're doing it on an Arizona stone or diamond plate, the same rules apply. You know, yeah, make sure you get the angle right, hold the angle, um, and make sure you do it evenly on both sides as not to throw the apex off. Yes, sharpening is the same exact thing. You're just changing the media you're using to sharpen it. So, um, because at first I didn't buy any of the super steels because they're like, oh, they're impossible to sharpen. They're not. They're this the the difficulty is the exact same whether you're sharpening a super steel or a classic steel. Yeah, it would do the job even better, maybe. Yeah, they say Superman is the Man of Steel, but they never say what kind. Yeah, right. Could be cheap steel. Yeah, S30V is my sheep's foot Griptilian Benchmade. Yeah, the my Spyderco is S30V. It's a great knife. I've been using it for a year. EDC stuff. No, I didn't build a log cabin or any fake YouTube fantasy crap with it. And I've stropped it like maybe 2 or 3 times. That's it. And yeah, it's still stay sharp. Um, Yeah, I just sharpened my pocket knife on the fancy butcher knife block I got. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I'm a Tampa boy, and I learned more on carbon steel. I've sharpened both, and carbon, of course, is quicker, but dulls quicker. Main reason I like carbon, I can change the blade profile to fit a different need. Yeah, but that's the whole thing. You can do the same thing with a stainless steel. Like that's what I just explained. Like, yeah, if you're trying to sharpen a stainless steel on a stone, it's going to take forever. If you switch from the stone to a diamond plate, you get some good cutting diamond plate. It takes the same exact amount of time. You're just changing the media. Um, the technique is the same. Everything's the same about it, except one's a stone, one's a diamond plate. Everything else is the same. Can you? Yeah, there are certain stainless steels you can sharpen on a stone, but you're going to be at it all day. It's just not worth the time. So yeah, once you make those changes, and I did it. I went from stones, and I had no Lansky kit, and I ended up replacing that with diamonds, and then I have a work sharp deal. Same thing with diamonds, and then I've gotten into the trend diamond plates for freehand. Yeah, I just sharpened my pocket knife on the fancy butcher knife block. Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's tons of ways to get the job done. It's not that big of a deal, but yeah, a lot of like I said, I was hesitant for a while when I was because I got to a point I broke a few knives in just a couple years, and I was like, wow, this is getting to be trash. And I went to the Barnes and Noble and bought some knife magazines and started doing some reading and made some phone calls and had a couple of my friends look it up for me online and get some information and yeah, I ended up the first super steel knives I ever bought were from Spartan Blades, and I was so skeptical about it. I called up and talked to the owner, Curtis, and we talked some shop, and he says, "I'll tell you what, man, buy the knives. If you don't like them for whatever reason, give me a call back directly, and I'll give you a full I'll refund your shipping." And I did just that. And hey, man, um, I still have all the knives. Like, yeah. So, in fact, when I was worried about sharpening them, they sharpened them for me. So, I wish I had stainless shirts. I eat like a toddler. Yeah, man, I think, yeah, we all wear a little bit of food every once in a while. Depends on how hungry we are. I just, yeah, I can use the Griptilian with all the sets of gloves that I have. And without, of course, yeah. Yeah, and like, depends on what you're using it for. Like, yeah, the knife I bring out bushcrafting is not the knife I'm bringing out skydiving. That's for sure. Same thing, yeah. And the knife I'm bringing out skydiving is not the same knife I'm bringing out whitewater kayaking. Right tool for the job kind of thing. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I guess we got a few more minutes in us. Probably open another crack in a can. So, anybody getting outdoors this weekend? Well, warm weather somewhere. Yeah, anybody doing any hiking, biking, fishing, camping? Yeah, anybody sky jumping, base jumping, rock climbing, kayaking, canoeing? Yeah, lots to do outdoors, or maybe just a little gentle hike through the woods. What gloves do I use for bushcrafting? Wow, most of the time, man, I just wore my cycling gloves. Really, because I was too lazy to change my gloves. But I've used a lot of mechanics wear gloves as well. Um, Hell yeah, I don't even know where they are. In fifth grade, I snuck one of my mom's butcher knives out of the house, tucked in my pants so I could carve into a tree. I fell off my bike and the blade stuck in between my ribs. I scarred it. Yeah, well, I guess you only do that one once and you learn, right? I hope. Yeah, here we go. Here's some old beat up gloves. Wow. But yeah, these are specialized cycling gloves. And probably the number one bushcrafting glove I've ever worn. Because I would go bike touring and bushcrafting at the same time. So yeah, man, these are the gloves I usually. I've been through about 5 or 6 pairs of these at least. Well, yeah, doing that, it's gonna leave a scar for sure, my man. Yeah, that's definitely gonna leave a scar. I would recommend against doing that. But yeah, these are the good, and the reason why is because Spartan blades, they're not real ergo. And I was using these at the time. This is my Spartan blades Horkos. It's kind of like the flat scales and stuff. And if you're actually doing, just even if you're doing a bunch of feather sticks and stuff, um, yeah, it can get a little bit wonky. Definitely get some hot spots on the hand. So I used to just wear my cycling gloves, which are greatly padded, and it would compensate for the lack of ergo in the knife, which is why I switched to FOBOS knives. The knife scales are much more ergonomically friendly. I haven't had a problem with hot spots. I don't wear cycling gloves with them, but yeah, that's why I do things a lot different than most other people. I'm not gonna. Yeah, I buy the Dave Canterbury leather super duper bushcrafter extreme ranger gloves. Yeah, no, I don't. I don't really. Just not into that. Holding the axe. I don't know. That's kind of a random statement. Or like, do I wear gloves with a hatchet or something? Yeah, tough to say. I don't know. Um, but yeah, that's typically what I wear. Or like I said, just some mechanics gloves. I usually have a couple pairs of those kicking around. Um, yeah, or the mechanics impact gloves. I've had more than a few pairs of these actually. Um, yeah, there's another pair I used to wear. I wore out the fingers on them, so I just cut them off. Yeah, it always ends up being the index finger and the middle finger and the thumb. Grabbing stuff all the time. Those are your strongest digits. Um, yeah, so I've used like, impact gloves. The mechanics wear impact gloves. Yeah, yeah, yeah. With those gloves. Yeah. These are the gloves I've used. Predominantly. Yeah, and these are I can't even remember the name of them. Specialized. They're made by Specialized. Um, oh, that's not it. In fact, I wear these gloves so much um, that when I put a pair on, I always buy a second pair, and then I have a relatively brand new. This is what they looked like brand new versus now. Um, Same size and everything. These are just all stretched out and beat up. So yeah, once I start wearing a pair, I bought a second pair that I would carry as a backup. Yeah, dude, don't spam the chat. Don't be a fucking tool. Like you're what's wrong with society, you delinquent. Don't delete them. I might as well at least take the comments. Maybe YouTube will push my channel out a little bit more. So thanks for helping. Oh, and well, we got somebody trolling because spamming is just so elementary. We do sell these. We had these custom made up. The Troll Hunting Club FAFO division, as well as the Troll Sniper tab. So yeah, happy hunting out there with the trolls and stuff. Yeah, no, dude, keep going, man. We need the more you put. See what that does is that increases the chat rate of the chat, and the higher the chat rate, the more YouTube puts it out. So yeah, crank it out there, sir. Spam a lot. Um, yeah, just waste your time so that it can benefit me while you think you're doing some kind of harm. Like really, dude. We love bread. What's your favorite kind of bread? Wheat bread, white bread, rye bread. Um, Hypernova stove. Don't I only eat vegans. Pay the toll to the troll. What a pathetic person. Hey, please pay attention to me. I have no friends. Yeah. That's that whole commercial. I'm never gonna amount to anything, you know? Oh, I can't get anything right. Why doesn't anybody like me? It's everybody else, not me. Yeah, that's that whole mentality there. But yeah, he's such man, that is so cool. Someday I hope that I can be that cool as well. But hey, he's making it on YouTube, guys. Yeah, warning, N9X he's at 20 subscribers. He's managed to be creative 8 times. He has 8 videos, which are they your videos or did you copy them from somebody else? Yeah, you've only been on YouTube for a couple of months. Yeah, your account has existed since June 25th of 2025. 20 subscribers, 8 videos. Wow, 10,435 views. Like you're an outstanding person, man. um, yeah, exactly. It's okay. Apparently, that's the person mommy and daddy didn't give enough attention to as a kid. Now they're just, oh, it hurts so bad. He can't even get an invisible friend. I know, right? His mother spoon cooked the tile. Yeah, his mother spoon cooked the Tylenol first. There's that's pricey. That's a good comment there. Definitely appreciate that one. Yeah, I mean you can individually ban them. Go ahead. Usually I have moderators in here, but I guess yeah they've kind of gone. Yeah, because I've been running this live for 4 hours now, so maybe they had to have a snack, get a little beverage or something like that. But yeah, if trolls annoy you, you can just go on there. You can just tap on their little thing, and you can block them yourself. And that way, there. See, the problem when you delete them is it goes against like it hurts the chat rate of the channel. Um, so because it removes every text that they left. So yeah, if you don't like the people, just ban them. You can ban them from your own little YouTube world. It works great. I've done it a bunch of times. Yeah, there you go. Make me a mod, not to bounce them out for you. Yeah, no, I think I'm gonna change that, Zoe. I think I'm just like if there's somebody in there doing that, um, like they're not really doing anything against YouTube terms of service. Like they're not saying anything racist. They're not being bigots. They're not doing anything like that. They're not promoting hate speech. They're not promoting anything. They like bread and they're increasing the chat rate. So yeah, just click on their little thingy madob there and yeah, just ban them. And yeah, because I think that's something that's hurt my channel because I get trolled. Like I get man, I didn't come up with the Troll Hunting Club for no reason at all. It exists for a reason, and yeah, it started. It's an interesting group. Um, his father banned him from good parenting. Yeah, I wonder if he likes warm butter on his bread. Probably Zoe. I think you're right. Oh, now we've got the whole 6-7 thing going on. I still don't understand that. From what I understand, there's no real meaning behind it. It's just something that they're saying it. Yeah, I think Asmongold was talking about that. And a few others. Yeah, the whole 6-7 thing. We're not. Hey, but rock on with your bad self. 6-7 everything. Yeah, because what we used to 86 shit, right? Like when we didn't like it, we would 86. I mean, it would get rid of it, would ban it, would yeah. So I guess we had 86, they got 67. I don't know. Like rock on with your bad self. Noodles. We kind of like ramen noodles, extra spicy ramen noodles. I could go for some ramen noodles. It's damn near snack time. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's what's going to happen, and when they're non-effective, they stop. They realize that they're just being tools, and they give up. And yeah, if you ban them, then you're kind of I don't know. You're kind of feeding into it. It almost seems. Oh no, Noodles sent us 2 pounds. Is that pounds? Yeah, it's pounds, right? Well, so that's a worldwide thing too. I'm gathering. Yeah, the 6-7 67 thing. Yeah, I don't like I said I don't entirely understand it. I don't think there's a whole heck of a lot of meaning to it. Like from what I've listened to, but hey man, we used to 86 people. I guess you can 67 people now. I'm not even sure. Or it could be something completely evil, and now YouTube's going to ban my channel. I could be wrong there. 2 pounds is what my wife calls. Well, I guess as long as she's not complaining about it. I mean, I can at least I can say I brought yeah, I brought women on the time of their life more times than I care to count, thousands of times. Yes, yes, I strap women to me and give them the ride of their life. And that's what I did 7 days a week. Well, you think there's a certain amount of troll population that's in jail? That's what old Hanson was saying. He's probably in jail. Yeah, maybe that's what his guard came around checking lights. And yeah, trolls won't. Yeah, I don't think they survive in public. They're only safe in the basement. If they went out in public, although I think some of them have jobs, like short jobs or something. Like they're the ones that, like, when you go to talk to them, they just keep looking at their phone. They can't look you in the eyes. Um, Time for sandwiches and jump ship to another live later. All right, later, Neil. Definitely appreciate you hanging out, man. Yeah, I'm kind of like either sandwiches or a pizza or something. I got to see what's in the kitchen. I just curse the trolls so that the fast food he buys will be just a tiny bit colder than usual. Yeah, I don't think the fast food situation couldn't get much worse. But yeah, Neil, thanks for hanging out, man. We definitely appreciate you. We'll see you around for sure. If not here, then someplace else for sure. Yeah, what else have we got going on? But yeah, guys, I think wow, we're doing 2 hour lives and we're currently at about 4 hours and 13 minutes. Um, Raking Raccoon, how you doing? Welcome to the chat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you? We're gonna get this bad boy going. We've had a pretty steady night. It's been pretty casual. Yeah, I'm on the fence about a few things. I got to do some channel restructuring and yeah, focus on definitely improving the quality of this channel. Oh right, yeah, yeah, just enough so you question like, is this too cold or is this is warm enough, right? We're not. Yeah, I got what you're saying in. The questioning is one own's decision making is the entertaining part, right? Gilbert, yeah. I gave his like, like you. Yeah, actually, man, just for kicks, I try to be. I think I used to be a much more chill dude. But I think the complete and utter chaos of the last 5 years or so has me questioning a lot about life. Um, yeah, and then just yeah, really, what's going on concerns me. It really does. Um, I don't know. That's why I don't put any like random stuff that I talk about. I don't put in the title because I don't want to clickbait people into the channel. I like the fact that the channel's small and I know a lot of the people and we have great conversations. It's when the random people come in here, people just really want to. I don't know how to say it without screwing it up. I definitely don't want to offend anybody else for tonight, but yeah, I don't care for a lot, but what I care for a lot. And yeah, sometimes I get into it on the channel because I'm questioning what's going on. And we learn best through communicating with our peers. And many of the people on this channel are my peers. They're my personal friends. I talk to them on the phone, Instagram, whatever. We definitely converse on many different platforms, through different media, whatever. And a lot of times in the live chat, we'll have one of our discussions, and some people don't like it. I'm not really, I don't want to. I'm a strong supporter of the American way of life, including the First Amendment. And I try to be as passive as I can, letting everybody say what they want to say. But one thing I just can't wrap my head around is why so many people are so anti-American, especially the ones that are living here. Like, if you don't want to see America improve, if you don't want to see businesses come to America, like it's important. It's something that needs to come back. And yeah, I either need to start a second channel or something, or uh, I don't know. I enjoy talking about all of it. I can see where some of it's clashing, but I don't know. You live and you learn, I guess. Um, but if you aren't questioning life and stuff right now, yeah, just for kicks, yeah, it's with everything going on the way it's going on. If you're not questioning life, yeah, you're living in a bubble. You're hiding from life. And like I said, I was sheltered for life for many years. I worked at skydive centers. I worked in a fenced-in airport, and for the vast majority of the time, I had the final say in a lot of things. I was kind of like the top dog, you know. Um, I was the guy responsible for everything, so it is what it is. But I lived a very sheltered life. I lived out of the rigging loft. If I wasn't in the rigging loft, like fixing, maintaining parachutes, things like that. I was on the plane, pitching drogues, doing tandems, doing outside video, doing coach jumps, doing AFF, like helping people get certified as skydivers. Um, but it was like a 12 to 14 hour, 7 day a week job for like 5 to 6 months out of the year. And then I would have like 2 weeks off, 3 weeks off, depending on where I was going and what I was doing. And I would just ride my bicycle from to the next drop zone and repeat the process. So yeah, I worked in the Northeast typically in spring, summer, fall, and then I worked down in Florida mostly in the winter. I did spend a winter out in Las Vegas and one in California, which I'll never go back there. But so I've been around the United States along with a bunch of other recreational stuff or business stuff, traveling around doing parachute packing seminars with other riggers, professional packers, stuff like that. So yeah, my life was extremely sheltered. Like, I lived in a little skydiver bubble, and I came out just long enough to be like, "Hi, everybody, how are you?" And then just kept riding my bike. So yeah, it's on America's tortured brow that Mickey Mouse has grown up a cow. Yeah, you're successful if you're getting a lot of people offended. Yeah, yeah, like the old World War II saying, yeah, you can tell you're on target when there's flak going off all around you, from an aviation point of view, you know? So when there's flak going off around you, yeah, you're pretty much on target. Um, yeah, too many rural towns are slowly deteriorating in West Virginia and Kentucky. Yeah, Yeah, you're absolutely right, man. There's tons of like all the small towns are. It's like they're moving everybody into the cities, and all the jobs are going away, all the small town jobs and everything. So yeah, it makes it extremely difficult for a lot of people. Um, did you win that lamp from a crossword puzzle in the newspaper? Yeah, it's a prestigious award. It is. It's from Italy, and it's fragile, and that has got to be one of the like from a male perspective. It's got it like when you got your first BB gun for Christmas. Anybody else remember that? What a glorious day, right? For any man that got a well, when we were boys, that was like, first you got your BBs, then you upgraded to pellets, then you moved on to 22s, so on and so forth. Um, Actually, hey man, the cool part is the wife did buy this. Yeah, yeah, she's down to earth. She puts up with my skydiver crap. So yeah, Mrs. Bushcraft is the one that bought this for the channel. I had one of the lights go out, and I was getting like real crazy shadowing from just having one light. So I was like, "Hey, check to see if you can get another light. Just make it similar to the one that I have, and it should work fine." And she came back with this. Like, does it get any better than that? Like, that's what she came back with. So she's like, "Oh," and she knows a lot of the guys on the channel as well, and the gals. Actually, she knows all the gals and some of the guys. Um, and she's usually hanging out when she has the time. She'll come into the live as well. But yeah, so she just figured, oh, you guys would love that. It's a Gen X era type thing, and yeah, man, we love it. We enjoy it. Yeah, thank the missus for it. Kind of like an early gift. Oh yeah, yeah, she's a keeper, man. Yeah. It's ironic. Her and I went to high school together. We knew each other in high school. We've talked many times. Our lives went our own separate ways for about 25 years. And then we ended up meeting up again, and things just worked out grand for us. So yeah, she's definitely a keeper. Yeah, she's been around for the whole thing. And I thought for sure because I lost my business during the 2020 thing, 2020 going into 2021. I thought for sure I was going to get the boot, but no, it wasn't my fault. I just worked out the way it did. So, yeah, she's definitely a keeper. I'd like to be working harder for her as well. Yeah, she's in fact I've ridden the Eastern Seaboard 17 times, like from like New York to Florida, and from like East Marches, Long Island, all the way to Key West and stuff like that. That's like I said, I used to travel the seasons on a mountain bike on a Cannondale. And I was doing one last ride. I was getting pretty beat up from doing it, as well as better part of 3 decades of jumping out of airplanes and doing plenty of other stupid things along the way. I was getting kind of burnt out. I was getting towards the end of it. So my last ride was a ride from New York. I was in upstate New York, Watertown, New York. Not too far from Fort Drum, but in the Finger Lakes region. And I was doing a ride from there down to Plant City, Florida, to have dinner with my daughter because we hadn't spent enough time lately. So she was in college and whatnot. So she was done college at that point, and I was like, "Look, I'll come down there and have dinner because I was going to take the winter off." So I rode my bike from upstate New York to Plant City, Florida, to have dinner with my daughter. And along the way, I was communicating with my daughter on that fake book thing, and I happened to get in touch with. Actually, Mrs. Bushcraft actually ended up getting in touch with me. She's like, "Wow, hey, I haven't heard anything from you since high school." It's like I've been busy, and we ended up talking. And so yeah, my last great ride, about 2,000 miles and change to have dinner with my daughter. Along the way, I got to fall in love with a woman that I went to high school with. And yeah, almost 8 9 years later, hey, we're still having it. But I was still professionally skydiving and everything when we got together. So it was like, look, I do stupid stuff, and you have to be okay with that. I will go ride my bike somewhere and go camping for the weekend. Sometimes I burn stuff in the house, just small fires though, nothing that really burns down the whole household. And she is completely cool with all of it. Um, yeah, I joke about it. I'm like, yeah, I met her on a fake book, and it's like, no, we went to high school together for 4 years. We know each other. We knew each other for years. Um, but post high school, I went in the army. I was gone. And then when I came back from the army, I was busy skydiving. I ran a couple businesses. I started my own businesses. I owned a paintball store. I was partners with a rock climbing gear store. I was working my way up through the ranks in skydiving as a coach, as an AFF instructor, as a parachute packer to a senior rigger to a master rigger. I mean, geez, it's like becoming a master rigger is a minimum like 2,000 hours a year, 4 years. You're going to get a plus private study time. Like you have to work 2,000 hours a year for 3 years as a senior rigger to qualify for a master rigger. And it used to be you had to apprentice for a year to become a senior rigger. So yeah, you're looking at like 8,000 hours minimum of work time plus study time to become a master parachute rigger. So I was just like I was doing life. Um, Jackson, high five for 100 joules. Hey, thank you very much, Jax. We definitely appreciate it, my man. Damn, bro, you're still alive. Yeah, chaos. It's winter, man. I think we're, I think we're gonna gradually start extending these, my man. I got to do something. Go big or go home. Isn't that what they say? You know, if you're not gonna jump, stop clogging up the exit spot. Shit or get off the pot, right? Geez, I think you're supposed to say Riga. Oh, I always say that, man. Yeah, wouldn't you like to be a rigger too? What's up, my rigger? And only I can say that because it's on my my FAA issued airman certificate. So unless you have an airman certificate stating that you're an official rigger, you can't say it. Only we can. We own that word, man. That's how we've had some laughs over that though. Yeah, I've been in a hot air balloon, man, probably a couple dozen times at least, but I've never landed with one. Got to be honest about that. If I couldn't jump out of a hot air balloon, I won't get on it. And the hot air balloon pilot has to know what he's doing because there's all kinds of stuff that can go wrong with it. But yeah, I've been on hot air balloons, but never landed with one. Bando picks, what's happening, dude? Lead follower, get out of my way. Exactly, yeah. Bando, what are you doing up this late, my man? How are you doing tonight? We're trying to attract some of the trolls, man. Yeah, that's funny, Chaos. I think I said the same thing. What are you still doing up this late? And Chaos is in there, like, what? Isn't this past your bedtime? Yeah, hey, 20 days until Christmas. Right on, yeah. Doing good. Just got done driving. Kids are. Oh yeah, yeah. The never ending job of being the parental chauffeur. Yeah, dude, that's one of the best parts about them getting their driver's license. Is yeah. Now that you got a driver's license, drive yourself. Yeah. But until then, yeah, it's chauffeuring it. I've been on a hot air balloon. Yeah, helicopters are just as fun. Helicopters are weird to jump from too. And when you jump from an airplane, you have the air resistance from the relative wind. Meaning, if you exit an aircraft doing 90 miles an hour, you at the moment of exit are doing 90 miles an hour in that direction. Therefore, you have a controllable relative wind. And then you slowly transition from the vertical, I'm sorry, from the horizontal to the vertical, um, which we call riding the hill. As you transition, like I said, from the horizontal to the vertical. But when you exit from a stationary, like a hovering helicopter or a hot air balloon, you're like, we have what's called dead air. Like you're used to, like, as soon as you exit the airplane, you have enough control. You can rotate, you can change your direction, you can do all kinds of stuff. You have control over stuff. But when you first exit an aircraft, There's not enough wind to create any type of control. So, yeah, you're just kind of at the mercy of the fall until you accelerate enough to make a difference. Yeah, those ones always move out fast, get their license and bounce. Yeah, man, yeah, man, I definitely bounced early for sure. I'm with you, Bando. So, Bando, what do you got going on, my man? How's life been treating you? Large pieces of fly paper will do. The eyes may water a bit when removed. Yeah, man, I know a couple people that jumped without goggles, and one of the guys, he's up in yeah, Vermont VSC, Vermont Skydiving Center. I want to say his name is Dick Sweeney, Dick Swansea, Richard Swansea, something like that. And man, he was famous. Like he never wore goggles. I don't know. My eyelids flap, my eyes water too much. Like I have to wear like, usually I wear sunglasses is pretty adequate with a little scrunchy, pulled down, and then put your helmet on. Yeah, just for kicks. Hey, thanks for hanging out. We definitely appreciate you being here. Yeah, hopefully we'll catch you on the next one. Dude, I just searched so much for a good knife. I'm so confused because apparently everything I thought I was good is no good. So you think I should get another cold later? Yeah, man. Hey, survival bear. I get that's entirely up to you. I would definitely buy something of quality, and like I say, it's ultimately up to you. Like whatever you think is best. I personally prefer, quality over quantity. Buy once, cry once. I don't know. Maybe you're like more prone to losing stuff. I'm kind of OCD when it comes to keeping track of my kit. So it's highly unlikely that I just randomly lose stuff. It's very rare. So I kind of like that's a game. If I were prone to losing stuff, if I lost a lot of stuff, I wouldn't spend as much money on a knife. And in fact, there's some stuff I don't carry in the woods just in case I might lose it. Like certain stuff that's like irreplaceable, like gifts from a friend or something like that. I won't carry out in the middle of nowhere. I have other stuff for that. So, Bano tried to take a nap. My times at a young age are catching up with me. Wife says it's going to rain. Yeah, I'm with you there. Yeah, Bando. I got a yeah built in meteorological kit as well. Yeah, if it's gonna rain, if it's gonna be bad weather, or if it's just blatantly like stupid cold, yeah, my whole hip hurts. Like my whole left leg hurts now. But I found that the more I exercise, the less it bothers me. So I gotta up my exercise regimen again. I want something that's a good thing to explain the last day. Wow, it's small that will fit on my belt. Yeah, man, there's a lot out there to choose from. I'm like I said, I'm trying to do more and more, but I've also noticed that some of the companies I was interested in, they've jacked their prices up substantially since the last time I took a look. So I was like, nah, it was kind of like I was on the fence about it before, but yeah, when the knife went up 30, 40%, I'm like, well, now it's just not worth it. Like, yes, I was looking at one knife. It was like it's a full size like survival bushcraft knife, whatever. And it was you could find it for like 395 ish, and now it's up close to 600. So I'm like, yeah, that's just yeah. I'm not going that far. Like I think a top of the line knife is like 250 to 400 is really that's after that you get a depreciating return. There's a certain point where materials are can only be so good, craftsmanship can only be so good, and after that you're just paying for the Gucci name luxury tax. So, and I find that, like I said, depending on the size of the knife and the materials used, like carbon fiber is going to cost a lot more than plastic G10. But yeah, there just gets to be a point where you're not getting a return on your money. I used to own a Chris Reeves Sabenza 31 small and with Magna Cut and G10 or no Micarta inlays and stuff. It's a $525 knife. To me, I think that knife is a fair deal at about 150 bucks, 175. That's what I think. So I think like yeah, when it comes to a Chris Reeve, That particular knife, yeah, the Gucci tax grossly outweighs the craftsmanship and the materials. Remy LeBeau, how you doing? 1985. How's it going, man? I tried to get the chiropractor. Oh yeah, dude, I'm scared of chiropractors. Man, that snap crackle pop sounds like I might not walk again. Sometimes I can't do the chiropractor, and it's happened to people. Like they go in for a neck alignment and end up as a quadriplegic. Like I'm gonna pass. I want something in between a cold year has. Okay, and like some random other smaller explained. I want something smaller than a cold that's okay, but still the upside to it. Yeah, I don't know which one you're talking about. Smaller than a cold. I'm assuming you're saying smaller than a cold steel. I'm doing good, man. I got a Spartan Blades Defensa and a Winkler Combat Axe on. Oh, nice. Hey, let me know what you think of that Winkler Combat Axe. I have been on the market for like a that is the full tang one if I'm thinking of the right axe. But yeah, I've been on the market for like a full tang axe forever. I had a good local company right here in New Hampshire, Mount Vernon, but they stopped making their stuff. So now I'm back on the hunt for it. I did find one made by Extrema Ratio, but they're just grossly overpriced. Yeah, Spartan Blades rock, man. I definitely stand behind Spartan Blades. Yeah, Curtis and Mark there run a tight ship. I don't know. I don't. They got that new budget line, bronze line or something, budget friendlier line. I do have to check that out at some point. But yeah, guys. Wow. Yeah, it is 12:30 at night. We've been rocking this live for 4.5 hours. I'm gonna be back on at 2 p.m. Today, I guess Saturday. We're officially into Saturday now, but I'll be back on at 2 p.m. today. Yeah, we'll have a short social or something. And then again, Sunday morning, usually at 7 a.m. or earlier, Eastern Standard Time, obviously, for both. But yeah, usually we try to stick to a 2 hour live or so. I don't mind going over a bit. But we've been at this one for like 4.5 hours. So I'm going to wrap this one up and we will reconvene tomorrow at 1400 hours or 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for everybody. But definitely thanks for hanging out. Definitely appreciate y'all being here. We will catch you on the next one. Have an awesome, awesome night, everybody. All right. Yeah, Chaos. Yeah, shoot me a text later on, man, or give me a call. But yeah, we'll definitely catch everybody later. Everybody, yeah, have an awesome remainder of the evening. We'll catch you on the next one. Yeah, be well, be kind to one another, and we will see you soon. Good night, all.